ESL presents ESL Challenger League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL,
Welcome on in, back to another day of ESL Challenger League. This is Season 51, Oceania Cup number 2. You've got a couple of familiar voices on the microphone tonight. Self-described Pilski as per usual with Oceania. And a bit of a different flavour this time around, Pilski. No Thunder Down Under in this cup. We got 7-5 through the upper bracket, but down into that lower bracket, the game for tonight. Round 0 versus Rooster.
Yeah, it's an interesting prospect. I think that in the past we would have looked at this matchup as maybe being a close one, but as it stands at the moment, looking at the recent results from the previous LAN, this matchup is 7-1 in terms of maps in favor of Ground Zero. They have been pummeling this current edition of Rooster as of late, so I'm expecting much the same today unless Rooster have put some serious work in.
Yep, definitely. And look, if I'm being honest, I probably would have expected it maybe to be Ground Zero versus Mindfreak if I'm going back a few months. But we know what's happened with Mindfreak, a bit of a roster instability on that front, and they seem to have been eclipsed by Rooster in at least this bracket. So we won't get that sort of classic Ground Zero versus Mindfreak match that we were seeing all too often in Oceanic Counter-Strike of late. Bit of an opportunity for rise up the ranks for Rooster, which is not a bad lineup on paper. I don't think they really performed to the level that they might have liked to at those lands that you sort of mentioned there, Pilski. So now with a couple of weeks extra under their belt, hopefully coming into an online competition like this one should put them in a bit of a better spot to maybe try and claim a spot in that grand final alongside Semper. But Ground Zero certainly no slouches themselves.
Yeah, unfortunately already being knocked into the lower bracket by Semper in pretty cut and dry 2-0 fashion. For Ground Zero, I don't know what it is. They seem to have a good matchup against Thunder Down Under and seem capable of beating them multiple times, but when it comes to playing Semper, Ground Zero doesn't tend to be as competitive for some reason, so maybe that's something that they can try and remedy if they make it through this game against Rooster. Can't see the Ground Zero roster here on paper. These guys are the overwhelming favorite for this matchup. They did quite well in the defrag wildcard LAN. Could have even knocked out or beaten Thunder Down Under at one point, but barely missing out on that opportunity. And then unfortunately bombing out in 4th in the second LAN after getting upset by Arcade. So is that maybe a questionable performance that is going to, be the kind of thing you would point to if you're expecting a Rooster upset tonight? Perhaps. I guess that's kind of one example of them recently losing to a team that they should probably be beating.
Yeah, I think the way that I would describe Ground Zero is that they're a team of very, very high highs, but they certainly do have some pretty low lows as well. They're a very inconsistent lineup. On any given day, you might get fantastic Ground Zero and you might get a very poor Ground Zero. So we'll just have to see which one of those two teams ends up rocking up into the server today. Just saw briefly there the Rooster lineup as well. Again, some familiar faces as far as the Rooster outfit is concerned, some that have never been in the Rooster lineup before, and still, I think, trying to figure out how to integrate some of these players into this system. Chell, obviously, sticking around with the likes of Juices and ADK, who will be a little bit more familiar to him as an in-game leader. But I don't necessarily hate the roster on paper here for Rooster. I think that can be a lineup that can definitely do some damage. Is it going to be, one of the all-time great Rooster rosters? Maybe not, but I definitely think they could take a scalp like the name of Ground Zero. So I guess we'll come into this one with the expectation that this should be a pretty interesting matchup, but historically speaking, like you say, has been a very solid matchup for Ground Zero in the past. Here's the veto. Let it play out and have a look at what maps we're going to actually get for tonight, Pilski. And, well, again, the question, I guess, remains, does it even matter what maps we get onto? Because it seems like it's generally been a pretty clean sheet from Ground Zero in this matchup so far this year.
Very unexciting veto. It is mirroring so far the same picks and pans that we got last time around. The only change is the third decider map. Just to pick from Rooster. did go the way of Ground Zero 13-5 last time around, and then Inferno picked by Ground Zero at the ANZC locals as well. Did go their way 13-10. Barrage was the decider before, and that is a map that has been played between these two teams. But as of recently, actually, Anubis as the decider here has been played between these two teams at Defrag Wildcard recently a couple of times, as well as at the ANZC local in a best of one. So you've got 3 games of Anubis to point at. The first one went the way of Rooster, but the 2 since have gone the way of Ground Zero. So that's a map that, you know, Ground Zero has a favorable win rate. And if you look across the entire series of maps, these are all maps that have been played between these two teams recently, and they have by and large been going the way of Ground Zero.
Yeah, and in a lot of cases as well, they've been, look, not super duper one-sided maps, but certainly single-digit maps, and that's, I think, a tick in the book of Ground Zero. You know, maybe a couple of closer maps, just as that Ground Zero lineup sort of suffered a bit in the first day of the LAN. But aside from that, generally quite a, like I said, clean record for Ground Zero here against Rooster. But, you know, I wouldn't come into this match and necessarily expect a quick and easy 2-0 for Ground Zero. It's obviously a possibility if they're all online, but as we know, sometimes they're a little bit hit and miss this Ground Zero roster. So I think this Rooster squad has got enough talent, has got the ability to take a map, maybe 2, obviously, off Ground Zero. I'm quite keen to just see what we really get into when we actually jump into this matchup, because it does feel like it's just one that could really go any which way, even regardless of that historic advantage that Ground Zero have had.
Yeah, I think if you look at Ground Zero's run through this bracket so far, I mean, they were pushed a little bit by Mind Freak. They kind of stomped Vantage, and then they were knocked down by Semplify, which is kind of the expected result for them. For Rooster, I mean, they have really scrapped their way through this bracket. They barely beat Arcade in the opening game in 2 overtimes. They get smashed by Semplify to get knocked down, much harder than Ground Zero got smashed by Semplify. And then, rightfully so, to find themselves in this game, they beat Arcade and Mind Freak back-to-back in some pretty close series. So I think those are the kind of teams that Rooster needs to be able to eclipse to be able to make their way into a top 3 placement. And so far, they've been winning every game that you've been expecting of them. Having a look at Ground Zero's recent results in the last couple of months there. These are some of the series that they have played. For Ground Zero, I believe it was a 3rd place at Defrag Wildcard, followed by a 4th place at ANZC Local, and you can see that O2 and Arcade being a team that is quietly kind of plugging away, even in this qualifier, although they're not present here. They were no pushovers by any stretch of the imagination. They were very consistently, getting pretty close records against everybody, but maybe your Ground Zeros and your Semplifies.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think this graph, or this graphic rather, does show you that sort of inconsistency that we do kind of see sometimes from Ground Zero. With up and down, really, from them. And it felt as though with their sort of primary rival, Mind Freak, sort of falling by the wayside a little bit of late, you know, they would very squarely sit themselves in that top 3 position. But, yeah, Rooster here that might cause a couple of issues for them. Unseat that conversation. We'll have to wait and see. Looks like we've got a little bit of a player issue, by the way. So PC getting restarted will be here for a little bit. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Rooster's recent results, as mentioned, you can see the win over Arcade initially there. That was 2 OTs on Nuke and Overpass, so not an easy game to win. They get smashed by Semplify. That O2 was an absolute schlappen. And then they play Arcade again, having fallen down to the lower bracket. Beat them slightly more cleanly, but not a lot more cleanly. And then beat Mind Freak in a 13-11 and then a multi-overtime thriller. So Rooster have really been put through their paces here to make it to this game. They've had to grind a lot. They've had to play a lot of rounds of Counter-Strike. And I think for a new roster, quite honestly speaking, having maybe not the performances that they would have wanted at the recent local LANs, these are the kind of games that they need to be playing. We need to be seeing them, you know, push to their limits a little bit more and having some serious reps in. Because otherwise they're probably not going to be able to grow enough to beat a team like Ground Zero, who's had so many more months of chemistry and so much more depth kind of built into the team at this point.
Yeah, look, I mean, I definitely agree with what you're saying. I think obviously this Rooster lineup still, in the grand scheme, is a pretty fresh roster, getting really put together early on in 2026. I didn't even really think that we would see a Rooster lineup this year. You know, my feeling was like when ASAP and TJP left the roster, and you know, you sort of had a bit of a rotating door for one of the extra slots there in Rooster. You really only looked at maybe Chell and Juices as being the two players that could like maintain a core of sorts. So I thought, okay, maybe they just go their separate ways or stop playing or what have you. But difficult to see the fact that this Rooster lineup will continue in some way, shape or form, and it actually maintains some kind of its identity, because ADK comes back in as well, and he's obviously, like we've said, been a very familiar face when it comes to Rooster lineups in the past. So you still kind of get that Rooster energy, that Rooster vibe. And Chell's obviously someone that I think would be pretty sad to lose in the Oceanic space in particular. Obviously an in-game leader, an AWPing in-game leader, and someone that's been, I think, a part of a lot of players' development, it's fair to say, at this point in his career. So it's good to see him kicking around and putting in the hard yards, building another team. So he always tends to be the one that seems to get left behind. Unfortunately, some in-game leaders just end up in that position. But either way, we'll jump into the server, and enough talk. Let's get underway with a bit of action here. The pistol round to kick things off. CT side start for Ground Zero.
Yep. Can see this is Rooster's pick, so Ground Zero wanting to start CT and just get off to the races early with a pistol win would definitely help them. Just get the AWP on PC and do all the things that you want to be doing early on. I think for Rooster, look at their performance in the last couple of months. It's what you'd kind of expect, really. I think Chelios and Juices are the most competitive two members of this Rooster team in terms of overall rating and consistency across the last 3 months. But you have seen, I think, pretty much up and down performances from pretty much everybody else. Like ADK, Skull, Recon, some of the times they're having great games, some of the times they're having some pretty middling performances. So I think it's a question of finding everybody's place in the team, because look, two of the stars shining even very bright for Rooster is not going to be good enough. Once you're making it into the top 3 of a cup like this, you're probably not going to be at Ground Zero with that, and you're definitely not going to be the Semperfi with that.
All right, let's have a look and see how this one ends up playing out. Is it going to be the A-grade Ground Zero that we have hoped to see on a more consistent basis over this year? Early indications would say it's a slow start. More of a default setup from Rooster. We've got this push out from Damio, and he is claiming a lot of space. I don't know that he's going to catch Reckons. He's not quite aware, and so we'll lose that duel, and a bit of that early aggression from Ground Zero will blow up in their face.
Yeah, just a 1-3-1 from Rooster, really, isn't it? You've got a player with full long control. You've got a player denying the aggression in towards upper tunnels. Juice is well aware that there could be a player here, and he's got mates to swing with him. Flash flying up over the top to set up Vision for success, but he only comes away with one. Apoc Dud stepping into middle and punished for doing so. That's the kit dropped in the middle of the map. Vision doing his best to hold on from short, but he finally gets cleaned up by Rooster, and now they're going to split into A.
Couple of taps here from Skull onto the head of PZ will definitely help out. It's leaving Omichella solo. And he's got a bit of a jog on to get anywhere of value. Does have a defuse kit in the back pocket, but I'm not imagining that that's going to help him out too much. It's going to take him a lot of time to clear out these remaining Ts. And honestly, looks like he's even thinking better of it. Might just have a look for an exit or two. It's not quite going to happen. It's around in the back pocket for Rooster.
Good start. They need every little edge that they can get in such a dominant one-sided matchup. As mentioned, from the last 8 maps, these two lineups have played against each other with current rosters. Going back to Defrag Wildcard, ANZC Local, and then ECL here. As I mentioned before, 7 map wins for Ground Zero, and Rooster were only able to take 1 map, and that was in a losing series. So they're going to have to do something a little bit more special today if they want to change that narrative, and that means winning your pistols, winning your clutches, winning your swing rounds, and having some pretty good individual performances to boot on top.
Force buy in from Ground Zero, and again, an aggressive move. This time, lower tons. Apoc Dud creeping his way forward. There'll be a pinch in here from Omichella as well. He's going to go through the smoke with that flash, and it works out perfectly. Ground Zero get the 2-for-1. They find a couple of guns, the upgrades, and the space that they want.
Yeah, Rooster throwing caution to the wind now. Going to speed up towards the A site. Elevator smoke already deployed. And PZ having the HE to blow that open, and a couple of the boys joining up with him are really giving Rooster pause for thought before they scale into the site here.
Oh, looks like it's going to be a boost up for Vision. Does have that MP9 in hand, so a little bit more punching power maybe than a pistol, but needs to get his shots right. Juices will just quite slide past his line, and that might be a difference maker in the round. The fact that he survives and Chell takes the long control. They're starting to fall apart a little bit here for Ground Zero. They need a kill and they need it quickly. Damio claiming one. Juices low on the site, but Chell is in position to help him out in a huge crossfire setup. Won't work out in the end. Damio out on the line, Vision jumping, trying to cause enough of a distraction. Someone's got to get on the side and get on the defuse. They've got Vision set up a car and a smoke here now, so this will be tough to win for Chell unless he bangs him straight through the smoke here. He's tapping away, trying his best, and not able to do it. It was a good effort from Chell. Smoke making all the difference.
Yeah, nice try. Good stuff from Rooster to slow that one down enough to make it work, but has to be said, a couple of missed opportunities for Ground Zero. That's around the starts very well for them. Vision on the totem pole boost up over the elevator. Smoke probably could have caught one on the cross there. I think the HE maybe could have even found some value breaking open that cross Smoke. And at one point, I mean, you were looking at Ground Zero with the man advantage. Chell winning that duel in Long Hut as well really changed things up. Neither one of these teams wanting to let their foot off the gas pedal, though. It's a full investment from both heading into round 3 here. Looking for a reset. Apoc Dud having a little bit of a look into lowers, but pushed away early. Instead, it's Ground Zero leaning towards that long control and wanting to fortify the middle of the map and just leave Catwalk open for now.
Yeah, still got Apoc Dud keeping a bit of an eye on mid. All the extremities being held on to by those duos that you mentioned. Rooster have very quickly identified the gap in the defense on short, though. And so they're going to try to exploit that. Smokes, flashes, mollies, all going forward. Side control being taken. Ground Zero definitely backing themselves on the retake here.
Vision hands 80k a dink, so that's already a player quite low. Chell with his trusty scout, trying to get to work on some of these long players. Ground Zero in the meantime have taken mid control. Fantastic shot from Chell, and it looks like it's going very well for Rooster. It's just Damio, and he's been blocked off by a smoke. That is a short execute that has gone picture perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it's just another one of those rounds where you kind of look at it for Ground Zero, you see how much damage has been dealt, and you think that was very, very close. One or two more bullets might have been the difference between one or two of those players going down. Might have had a different story, but not the case this time around. Rooster probing a little bit on this T side, and Ground Zero going to be down to just a single gun in this upcoming round.
They weren't even at the back of the pit. I mean, I don't know if he would have survived or not, but that's just hilarious. I mean, it could have been a flawless round for Rooster, but they're always just one of those teams that, you know, they let a few things go by the wayside, and that's all right. They usually kind of get away with it, to be honest.
MP7 for PZ. Investment for the rest of Ground Zero. Amy obviously holding on to that rifle from the previous round. This might be another quick play from Rooster. Cello there with the Deagle. You got Damio in there with the rifle, but he's going to be run down by that MAC-10. Traded out by 80k. And, well, that'll probably be the round, you'd think.
Yeah, I mean, Shell's kind of on this lurk here. Gonna do some more damage if possible. You'd imagine Ground Zero will probably just save in a situation like this. I think the delayed bomb plan is kind of keeping them interested. It's taken a long time for Rooster to get that down, but as it stands, I mean, B retake's one of the lowest percentage sites to retake, especially with a man disadvantage, and Shell with not a whole lot to lose to see what else he can take away from the CT side. It's too messy spray on the MAC-10 to really be effective, though. And Ground Zero still hold on to their 3 pistols and armor. Or rather, 2 pistols and an MP7. Whatever you call an MP7.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an overglorified CZ, isn't it? Machine pistol.
It's a, it's an iconic weapon.
It's about the same size.
If you go back in the lore, you know?
The lore.
Yeah.
You want to talk to me about lore?
Oh, actually, no. That player's been scrubbed from the history books, right? So.
Yeah, that guy doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, man. Well, look. We were talking about somebody, but you'll never know who. True. Either way, Ground Zero, not much to bring into this round. You got 5 7s. and a little bit of armor. You got the MP7. Just trying to do a bit of damage to Rooster's economy. They've been able to chip in a couple of kills along the way, but make no mistake about it, Rooster are building themselves a very nice T-side here. Double-layered mollies into lowers. They don't want to get caught off by any CT aggression. It's already bit them in the butt once.
It'll be a bit of a slower approach this time from Rooster. See if they can figure out the setup of Ground Zero. So far, they've been doing a pretty good job of essentially navigating around the map and avoiding most of Ground Zero's forces, but here's another potential trap in waiting. Players on that B bomb site set up, and it does seem as though Rooster might be keen for a B hit here. We'll clear out short with that flash, but the majority of the forces are tending to go towards this B site, and if you go into a B site with 4 players there, I think it could end poorly.
Indeed. End very poorly for them. You can see that Rooster are trying to do all the things that would usually draw rotations, but when you have not much to work with in the round, you don't really care about rotating at all. The counter flashes are decent enough. Reckons even takes juices with him. So with the entries on in, they're quite happy to march into the site. Omnichella has got to do something very special here with not a lot.
He only really gets away with anything if they don't clear him, but they do. Thought there was a chance for sure. One that's gone begging for Ground Zero. Again, for Vision, it'll just be a case of just seeing what he can get done. Yeah, might get himself a freebie here onto Reckon. He's quite low on HP, but ducks under the bullets. I don't know if any bullets were fired there by Vision, but ducks under the crosshair, nonetheless. What would want to be the score? Rooster doing a pretty good job so far on this T side.
I call that an ace for Reckons. He killed his teammate, so that's 5 as far as I'm concerned. Well done.
6, really, when you think about it.
Straight into a tech pause. It's classic Challenger League.
Yeah.
I think we had 2 or 3 last night in Asia.
I mean, you know, I expect it a bit more in Asia, right? Like,
that's what I was about to say.
But in Oceania, I feel like it's pretty simple, you know? Oceania is pretty easy to make it work. So we don't normally have as many issues, and that one's a quick one, luckily. Looking at the scoreboard here for Ground Zero. A couple of lads that need to come online and need to come online soon, otherwise Rooster's going to run away with this half. PZ and Omnichella missing at the moment. Granted, for PZ, he hasn't exactly had his primary weapon in hand. He hasn't had the AWP so far, and he hasn't really allowed it for Ground Zero, but might be affording 2 players with 0 frags 5 rounds into the game. That needs to change, and it needs to change quickly. This time, Rooster out long.
So many flashes just ferried to Chelios there. Ironically enough, it was Vision trying to contest that line, and, well, when you get 5 flashes thrown at you, that's exactly what you don't have. It's a 1-4 for Rooster here. Skull's been left on the mid lurk, and in the meantime, Ground Zero crunched middle, and they've dropped off Damio in lowers. Rest of the lads kind of mobilized to try to defend A here, just refreshing that block smoke, the bottom of long. Chelios waiting for an opportunity that hasn't been given yet.
Very patient on both sides. Something's going to have to crack soon, and it might be Apocdud looking for that info. It's better of it. Now Vision, though, dug out by the Molotov. So again, Rooster crossing the T's, dotting the I's, and getting more than that. Juices with 1 through the smoke. Deletes PZ, who, you know, I guess you can be critical of him. 0 and 4 up to that point, but I'm not really sure what he was supposed to do there. It's another entry to the A site for Rooster, and it'll have to be a save for Ground Zero.
T-side's looking a little too easy. Skull goes down on a mid-lurk where he really didn't get to see anybody until he ran into Apocdud there. One of his ex-teammates of many moons ago. 5-1 on the T-side here for Rooster. And, like, honestly, I'm starting to get a little concerned for Ground Zero, but as we've said many times before, and for all those that aren't aware, Ground Zero is a struggle team, guys. This is very standard.
Don't get me started, bro.
Going down early in the first map is very standard for Ground Zero. They have been here so many times, and I dare say they'll find a way to dig themselves out of this one.
Maybe not in this map. Often They like to lose a map and then go on to reverse sweep the series. We saw that. It was a modus operandi against Mind Freak.
This is a Rooster we wanted to see, though. I mean, this is kind of a mix of two different rosters. This is Rooster, you know, a core 3 of a Rooster, and then, you know, Skull and Reckons coming in from a different team, 2 players that have played together for a long time. So I was thinking that that might kind of help streamline the chemistry in this team. And maybe help them improve a little faster. Shell flashed off the angle for now. Hasn't really been given that many opportunities to find the impact he was looking for. He's more so just been playing a supportive role on this T side, throwing a lot of pretty good utility to enable the other players on Rooster to find some space and success.
I feel like Ground Zero maybe gone back into their shell a little bit as well. Saw in the early couple of rounds, you know, some more aggressive moves from them, particularly on the B side of the map, but now that things aren't really going their way, they have just sort of turtled back in their sights, and that also isn't really working. Top spot dangerous potentially here on Michela. Oh, Chels doing a great job, and then Skull cleaning up Damio, this T side.
Save.
Working perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, it's a small maneuver, but really it is just 1 or 2 pieces of util and isolating those picks. But that's one of the most effective ways to play CS. You know, you can have all these fancy strats, you can have a deep playbook, but at the end of the day, if you can just win a round with 1 or 2 pieces of util and a good timing and just a good fundamental understanding of how to break a pretty common setup, then that's one of the most impressive things to me. And I think that's been a great thing about many different iterations of the Rooster roster is I feel like they've always had the pretty good understanding of, you know, how to win rounds and what timings to take often.
Perfect timing on that flash. But the job might get done anyway. Just nowhere to go here for Apox. He is surely a dead man. That USP is not going to keep him alive. So all the guns taken away. Great chase from Rooster. They are now dominating this first half.
Yeah, they are playing fantastic right now. Really is vintage. And that's really utilizing Shell and Skull's skill sets so well there. Like, Shell is on the aggressive AWP, looking for an entry, and Skull is a player that we know loves to get aggressive, loves to get in some of these uncomfortable positions and find some impact. So having him right there in upper tunnels next to Shell it's a great pairing, quite honestly.
Well, Ground Zero going to try that aggressive maneuver once again, but this time more reserved approach from Rooster. Must have been expecting it from Ground Zero. They've seen it before on a sort of anti-force. I'll hold 2 at once. Fool me once says shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, says Rooster. And indeed, they do not get fooled twice.
Adapting nicely. The pistols still pose a threat in the middle of the map, though, and you need to be careful not to be caught by them. Smoke blown open. Scout rings out, but doesn't connect with anything. Omichella punished for playing in the open, trying to help out some of these players with 5-7s. Vision falls away. Are they going to be ready for a second? It really feels like Rooster know that there could be someone else here. And look, they've lost Reckons, but I'd say that's a win, to be honest, dismantling that setup so cleanly.
Yep. Dislodging that extra player. Makes this a less threatening round by a significant margin for Rooster to worry about. Bit of an off angle for Apoc Dud. Catches him one. That's nice, but still 3-on-3 in favor Rooster at this point as they make their entry into that A site. Dud's going to try something in the smoke. It's not quite going to work. He's not quite able to deny the plant. 1v1 now, though, for ADK. Bold position, but with BZ being so low, you'd think it'd be easy for ADK. Makes it maybe a little tougher than it needed to be, but gets the job done in the end. And yes, an expensive round for Rooster, but you're up 7-1, you don't care.
ADK's quietly having a pretty good game for himself, 9-2. And look, when he was in his prime on that Rooster roster, I'd say those are the kind of situations that you expect him to win. He can be a pretty good clutch player to put into the XVX. Love that he was playing on top of the box there. The angle didn't work out for him, but honestly, I love how he played that. Double AWP comes out now for Ground Zero. Nothing else has been working for them. See if this change up is going to be a little more effective.
It's unfortunately quite late in the half here, but recoverable still for ground zero. Set up on short though. Easy spotting the line. Apoc Dud playing anti-flash. Molly will potentially dislodge Apoc Dud's position and prompt out a bit of that CT util as well. Again, Rooster seem like they're very aware of anything that ground zero could potentially be throwing at them.
The whole team is there behind the smoke. There's no lurk, there's no anything else. There's 5 Ts on short. Reckons is going to diversify things a little bit and make sure they haven't been flanked through upper dark. But Rooster, it feels like they're just... Ooh, that's a nice combo. HNA breaking the smoke, but there's so many players anti-flash. Molly going to flush them forward.
Yep.
PZ forced off the line. He wasn't able to find any success with the AWP at all.
Ooh, good shot from Vision. Another good shot from Vision. Bomb's dropped. Is it on short or is it in CT? It must be up on the cover. Oh, either way,
Really tell.
might be difficult to recover for Rooster because they're just losing players all over the place. Chell will have to pull off a miracle, and he can oftentimes be that kind of player, but with the Molotov at his feet, it's going to be very tough. I think the bomb might have dropped in CT spawn there.
Yeah, unlucky. It happens sometimes when you scale up cat like that. This is a pretty
Oh, no, it's on short.
creative play there from ground zero that doesn't really bear any fruits. But I think Vision, the double on the cross, really made all the difference there.
Yeah.
Doubles up his kills for the game so far as well. I think he was kind of the standout for me at the wildcard LAN at least. So
They had a couple
it's
of
a
great
player
maps.
that you'd love to see kind of get online.
Yeah. Rooster back with a vengeance, take control of long quite swiftly.
What do with it though? Like Rooster's been playing this very simple approach T side of just moving as a pack and moving together, trusting that they're going to find the right timings and find the picks that they're looking for. But this is a round where they've kind of been out macroed, full uppers control in the favor of Apoc Dud. PZ was on that line, and I dare say if he stuck around, he probably would have had a freebie there. As Rooster creep their way back into middle.
He's going to go hunting for info and gets more than he bargained for. Just not having any impact on this CT side. Chell knocks him out. Okay, tries to accelerate up short. That A-bomb site. Still offering some resistance is ground zero, but perhaps not enough vision on long. With a sole defender left on that A site, because Chell is going to hear Apoc Dud sprinting his way over to try and assist. There's just nothing Vision can do here, so, I mean, 1 round on the board extra there for ground zero, but it's not going to amount to much. 8-2's the score.
Nice resurgence from Juices as well. I think at one point he was 1-5 or 1-6. So he's had a good couple of kills in the last few rounds. And this is just, again, simple stuff from Rooster. They bully their way out long and then contact up catwalk. Punish PZ for the re-aggress on the short line and then just crunch that A site. There's nothing particularly awe-inspiring about this T side, but it's just simple and effective.
Simple and effective, sometimes the best way to be. Juices continuing to be effective on that entry roll. Another one there onto Apoc Dud. Damio also very low. It's a very embattled looking ground zero this evening on Dust 2. Talked about the sort of extremely positive record that they've got for themselves against this Rooster lineup, but that seems like it might be broken tonight.
I mean, I feel like this Rooster roster has been brewing for long enough for that to definitely be a factor, right? Juice's got the AWP out now. Low on HP, Assassin's ready to both of these players in the middle of the map. A little bit worse for wear, but Juice is still leveraging the AWP to find a pick in the middle of the map. He's a player that used to wield it quite often, so it's still well within his wheelhouse.
Wow, great shot from Chell. Takes the head off of Vision, but this push from PZ could be all the difference. Look how many low players there are. He could get so many with this MP9. He's not expecting Reckons. Hiding behind Xbox. A double from Reckons. Clean shots. Another win for Rooster. It seems they can do no wrong.
most of the players within 2 or 3 kills of each other. This is an effort by committee. This is a battering from Rooster against the opponent that has had such a crazy record over the top of them. I think if you looked at the names on paper, you'd be surprised at how one-sided this matchup is. And I think we're seeing the potential of Rooster at the same time as we're seeing the downsides of Ground Zero just having a very flat game.
Yeah. Nice opener for Chell. It even feels worth mentioning at this point. Rooster are absolutely battering Ground Zero. On Michela burning. Nothing he can do at all. Again, Glory of Util. Vision's somehow getting 2. And even Vision getting 2 there might not still be enough. The trade's going back and forth, and it's actually all on the shoulders here of Chell, who has to try and get out. Maybe try to find a rifle. I don't know. This Tech 9 could do the job. He's got the bomb. We'll be able to plant. Can't tell how many bullets he's got left in this AWP, but it's not going to matter. The shot will come in from behind. So a third round at the back end of the half for Ground Zero. I'm not sure it's really going to come with a whole lot of fanfare, but it is at least better than a 10-2 scoreline. So we'll see if it's enough when we come back from the halftime break. Alright, back in for the second half here of map number 1. Ground Zero versus Rooster is where we find ourselves, and it's really been all the way of Rooster. There was maybe 1 or 2 bright spots for Ground Zero in that entire half, but man, not really much to say for it. 9-3 is going to be a tough one to come back from.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, but not irredeemable, especially because we know Ground Zero can put in some pretty good shifts on this T side when they put their mind to it. It's really less of a question, though, about side balance as it is about Ground Zero just needing to lock in here. I think Rooster are getting sick of getting battered in this matchup every single time these two teams play. These players will be well aware that they're good enough to beat a roster like Ground Zero. They've done it in the past. A lot of these players have been playing over, years at this point. So I think Rooster finally locking into the point where they feel like they want to be the better team today, and they can make the better of this matchup and maybe have a crack at Semperfi again after getting battered by them early in the competition. For Ground Zero, it's really up to them how much they want another final against a team that has really just been kind of putting them to the sword as of late, I suppose.
I mean, I'd imagine that they would love it, really. I mean, Ground Zero, I think, obviously, safe to say at this point that their major dreams, their major hopes are kind of in tatters, but that doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, going forward, looking forward, that you want to be throwing away any potential chance at some extra points on the VRS ranking. And again, you know, this is a team that I think if they play their cards right, are not necessarily an impossible name to consider going into future majors. I know that sounds a little bit ridiculous, obviously. Like, I don't think anyone would really put Ground Zero as a team that's like inside of maybe their top 10 in Asia, for example. But just with the way that the VRS system is working these days, and the fact that you can farm a lot of points playing just domestically, you know, if they do well domestically and they do that next season, then who knows really how things pan out for them. But obviously can't be throwing away anything at any point. And we'll see how things go in this lower bracket final. If they lose this, they're out of this season of ESL Challenger League, or this cup at least. So maybe a pistol round win here in the CT side will get them a bit more underway.
A slower T-side pistol here. Smoke thrown up over the top. ADK to receive, has been flashed off the line. Dips his head back down under the pit, but now he's playing the off angles pretty nicely. Apoc Dud will clean him up, but look at all of Rooster. They are eager for a fight here, all swinging in the open and just willing Apoc Dud to give it another try.
Seems like it might just be picking up where it left off. Not too confident about their chances, but bomb plan in here would be nice. Giving a lot of time for Rooster to just sort of prepare themselves for this retake. I think Rooster very well aware at this stage of what's going to be waiting for them. Michela might be the real question mark, and Chell's probably gone a little bit early there, ahead of the rest of his team. It's going to punish them on Michela finding 2. Squares the numbers back up. Just get into the hands of Juicers. That grenade will do nothing, and so Reckons and Juicers need to put together a pretty tough retake now, but being given a little bit of space. Be allowed out onto the site, but time is going to be ticking away. They're going slow. Almost prefer them to go quickly here. Juicers will be shot in the back of the head. It's not going to matter. He's still alive until it all falls apart. PZ gets it done. And there is a 4th for Ground Zero.
Yeah, I think it's down to really an error in spacing from Rooster. They did very well at the start of that pistol, found themselves the man advantage, and then threw it away in exactly this fashion. Omichela's fighting by himself inside the middle, kind of just, you know, seeing what he can get done. And Rooster failed to clear him or space themselves properly enough to give themselves a clear advantage going into that retake. So, missed opportunity perhaps. See if Rooster can rectify it with the force bite.
A couple of opportunities there onto Skull Hunter, but not landing them. A bit of util pushing back at a touch or 2. It's no commitment toward the B side of the map for now.
Yeah, it's a disengage. Ground Zero going to go evaluate their other options, take a little bit of control of short. Extra rotations been pulled towards the B side of the map here for Rooster. Denied info on A shot. Molly does not clear there. Now you've got ADK on towards the line, who will push Damio away, and short control will be secured, at least for now, by a CT smoke, as will the middle of the map. Bombs trending towards B, and this is still a 3-strong site.
Too much delaying util left for Ground Zero. Definitely bears mentioning. You have that incend though, which could prove pivotal later on in the round. Vision's been able to creep his way out into middle. Avoids the flash nicely. Doesn't quite register that ADK went through the smoke. So that flash getting some value in the end. Flashes over the top into the B bomb site. Don't look like they're going to be posing too much of a challenge for Ground Zero. PZ needs a big couple of kills and he's not going to get them. It's all on Damio with 19 seconds, and that was the opportunity that was missed.
Yeah, nicely done for Rooster. I'm not even sure. I think the rotator brought those extra couple of grenades over at the end of that round. And the molly and the smoke that was left over at the end just enough to win the round there for Rooster. A little bit of an extra rotation back towards the B side of the map as well. So this is just nightmare for Ground Zero. The pistol win was a chance for them to get into it. Ooh, nice little tag on the cross there for PZ. I feel like they're getting kind of cooked here.
I think so too, Pilsky. Normally it's the Rooster that gets cooked, but apparently today it's Ground Zero.
Yo, did you know there's a fancy red rooster in America?
A fancy one?
Yeah, I gotta show you a video of this in the break.
Okay. I'm what might be described as intrigued. Nice headshot though from Vision. Has got me a little bit interested in this round. See whether or not that's going to be a waste of my time in a second here. The bomb plant down, 4 on 4. Might not be too far astray to say Ground Zero could win this round. Michela would have loved to have doubled down, but he still does good damage. And one more kill here on short would make the difference. It won't go through. 3v1. I think Vision might be up the creek without a paddle. He'll be dealt with in the end by ADK. And so another round for Rooster as they look to complete this first map with no difficulty at all.
Yeah, there's just no spark here for Ground Zero. You can feel it in the way that they're playing. A lot of players going missing in the server. And it really feels like Rooster is the team that actually cares about winning this game right now. And they're showing it. Money's looking pretty good here on the CT side. It's another kind of desperate force buy out from Ground Zero to try to make anything happen at this point.
I suppose we're going to see force buy after force buy really for the rest of this map for Ground Zero.
PC can test long. He'll at least get that line. The rest of them are going to try to contact short.
B split potentially, or just a B hit from mid to B. Z down on long. Nothing else really spotted there. It's going to start to give the game away. Reckon sees a few, and now it's time for Skull to do what he can as the anchor of the snipe. Gets his util out and gets himself a nice kill there into window, but eventually overwhelmed by the numbers. Still, you'd think the job is probably done by those B defenders, and it's just a case of whether or not these rotators can come in and clean up the mess. Ground Zero have tried to make on that B bomb site. Vision and Omichella. The double swing there. ADK, a bit of sleep at the wheel. Will go down. Now it's all on the shoulders of Juices, who has been one of the better performers for Rooster, but he's got no idea really where Vision is. Thinks he might be inside that smoke. That's not the case. Vision just waiting for him to exit out window. Vision might win this round. Let's see. No, not quite. Juices with the headshot over the top. Aware enough. Where's the bomb? Finds it and has time because he's got that kit. So all good in the end, but good effort, I guess, from Ground Zero.
I think Rooster will be able to retain an AWP at the end of that one, perhaps, unless you want to hold on to the AK. So yeah, AWP ferried over to Chelios. Another bomb plan is just continuing to bail Ground Zero out of, I guess, at least playing with only pistols. There's a few rifles mixed into this buy. You got to scout for PC. But every single one of these rounds have looked favorable for Rooster. Nice tag once again. Like, PC is very consistently hitting that shot on the cross.
Ooh, chill. Tight opportunity there. Tough one to connect, obviously. It's, position's looking strong at the moment for Rooster. Haven't given up any map control to Ground Zero in the initial stages of this round.
Yeah. I mean, they went for that big mid-shove spotted out by PZ and then just kind of reset when that didn't work into a bit more of a standard setup. Ground Zero now going to go for that late play towards long. ADK has been very solid on the long anchoring so far.
He's going to have to be here as well. Have really any assistance from his teammates at all. Kill from Chell in mid. Nothing else spotted. Alarm bells ringing here for ADK. There might be a creep happening out on long, and he's about to find that out in a second. Not quite able to hold on to that one. So eventually lets them out. Reckons overplays his hand, and he's got Juices there as well, who maybe just sticks around a little bit too long, but 2 seconds left here. Ground Zero going to have to pick the pace up to get into sight. You've got 2 defenders there. Bell quickly will jump his way up onto Catwalk, and with that kill onto Vision, Ground Zero a bit stunned in their tracks. Still not up onto the side. And starting to get the better of them. A missed shot from Chell. Skull also spotted out as well. Tag onto Damio. Plant available though. Ground Zero and PZ catches Skull. So maybe the end of the round, end of the map is not quite here yet unless Chell gets some work done. Here we go again. Another Chell clutch on offer. Tech 9, I don't know how he gets it done every single time, but he does it once again. 13 on the board, of course, here for Rooster. And that is map 1, a dominant display against Ground Zero.
Yeah, that is the biggest win you've seen from Rooster over Ground Zero in quite some time. You know, this has been a very one-sided matchup thus far, but Rooster, we've been waiting to see the improvement from this roster. They didn't have maybe the results that they would have wanted as of late because they've had to deal with shuffling around the roster and kind of joining these 2 teams together as an amalgamation of a new-looking Rooster. But I think this is where we're starting to see the uptick a little bit. Like I said, they've been struggling their way through this bracket. They played a lot of Counter-Strike to get here. In fact, I'm looking at their results, and I think this is the hardest they've smashed any team in this bracket thus far. They have struggled more against Arcade twice and Mindfreak than they have of just absolutely wiping the floor with Ground Zero in this lower bracket consolidation final.
Yeah, and you know what? That's really not too surprising to me because, again, these 2 teams can be wildly inconsistent, and when Rooster's on, they can do something like this. When Ground Zero's off, this can happen to them. So we'll see whether or not Ground Zero can switch on. We'll give them some time. We'll take a break here before we head into map number 2, but Ground Zero got to sort it out in that meanwhile. Well, welcome back on in. It's time for map number 2, and I don't think that Ground Zero really expected to be in the position that they're in, given that they, up to this point, I think had an 8-1 record against Rooster this year. That's very swiftly turned back on its head. A 13-4 loss on Dust 2 for GZ means they will go into their own map pick of Inferno with a bit of work to do in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Dust 2 was really a game where nobody on Ground Zero, except for maybe Vision in a couple of rounds, had any impact. It just was your classic flat Ground Zero game where it just felt like they were going through the motions, and Rooster was the team that seemed like they wanted to win and seemed like they wanted it a little bit more, and I can sympathize with that. As we've kind of mentioned, this has been a very one-sided head-to-head matchup. I think Rooster are probably quite sick of losing to Ground Zero at this point, and today they're bloody playing like it.
Yeah, most definitely. Again, obviously VRS points on the line for both of these two teams. Not so much a conversation for the upcoming Cologne Major, but certainly always nice to have those in the back pocket going into next season for various invites and whatnot. Nonetheless, I don't know if I back Rooster to close this series out here. I know they have had some closer games on Inferno, so I guess it's not fair to say that it's a done deal necessary for Ground Zero to pick their map up, but again, it's pretty hard to bet against that track record that Ground Zero has got against Rooster, and even if we did see a pretty dominant map one, I have seen some pretty outrageous form switch-ups from Ground Zero from one map to another, so I think they'll probably come back in here with a little bit more to give.
Yeah, I'd expect that too. I think this is a pretty safe and comfortable map for them. From the last 7, they've won 6 of them, even beating Thunder Down Under on this map. They're beating Rooster multiple times on this map in pretty reasonable fashion, like a 13-8, 13-10s. They're beating Mind Freak, so they're really kind of playing everybody that's good in Oceania, bar maybe a Semperfi, who were out of the region for quite a reasonable amount of time, and beating them in the last 7. So I think Ground Zero in very good form on this map. Rooster, it's never been a terrible map for them. It's a map that they know how to play. And they have beat Mindfreak on it recently, but I don't know how much that necessarily fills you with a whole lot of confidence. It's a 13-11 win over a Mindfreak that's playing with Tux still, and to some degree was kind of a dead team walking, because I don't think Slimy is playing for that roster anymore, so I'm not really sure what the new direction is going to be for Mindfreak, or almost kind of similar to the position this Rooster team was in, right, where they've had 2, maybe 3 players on the outs, right? And, you know, Rooster was in that spot with Kinetic initially going over to FlyQuest, and then they had ASAP and TJ go to the Thunder Down Under project. So I kind of question whether Mindfreak is going to be able to put the pieces back together as Rooster has done. That's kind of a story for another time, I suppose.
Yeah, look, I'm quite interested to see where that ends up going. I don't think, based on the conversations that I had with Tux at Defrag LAN, I don't think that he necessarily was too keen to be in the server anymore in a playing capacity, and was quite happy to jump back on the coaching role. And it seemed like everything was, you know, again, going to plan going into the Defrag LAN. And then obviously things happened, things played out the way that they did. You've had a couple of players that have, well, one's that has confirmed retirement, and I think, yeah, you said Slimy's on the way out as well. I've sort of heard similar, so I don't know if that's as of yet confirmed or not, but
I think he posted it on his Twitter.
Yeah, okay.
Take a look, yeah.
So then, yeah, where does that roster go from there? Because essentially you're down to just 2 players, which would be, you know, pretty hard to come back from.
Crunchy.
Yeah, Zune, Crunchy, and then potentially Tux if you need him, but like, if he already doesn't want to play and it would rather coach, then you're still kind of looking for 3 players, and like, where are you going to pick 3 good players from to like maintain the level that this Mindfreak roster has been outputting? I think it's going to be quite tough to replace any of those individuals.
I don't know what they do from there. I don't know if there is anything you can do from there, to be quite honest. Unless they wanted to pull out some kind of like arcade merger or something like that, I've got no idea what direction you go. It's Mindfreak. If I was in charge, I'd probably just wrap the team up, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, well, it's probably a good thing you're not in charge of anything as far as OCS is concerned. Otherwise, we'd all be playing Valorant at this point, which would be a grim place to be.
I wouldn't be playing that either. We'd probably be playing Marvel Rivals at this point, I'm not going to lie, bro.
Alright, well, luckily we don't have to follow that train of thought too much longer. It seems as though the game is pretty much ready to get underway, so we'll be jumping onto Inferno here. And we will get to see whether or not Rooster can put together 2 good back-to-back maps. That's really the big question for me here, is like, this is a lineup that we have no doubt can play a decent map of Counter-Strike, right? But can they play 2, and can they play 2 consecutively?
I mean, pretty much it's nice one, guys. Do it again. Flash up over the top of the balcony here as 2 players from Rooster tried to get on the aggression. Neither of them finding their mark there, though. So a complete disengage from Ground Zero, who are still spread out around the map. A little bit tentative. They know that re-aggression from the CTs could be on the cards at any point, but Damio's taken a lot of space pretty self-sufficiently straight up banana here, and he's had a crack at Reckons on Coffins there as well.
Bit of stays taken, but no kills just yet. Chell, oh, he wants to stick around for that fight. He's always eager for a scrap on the pistol, I've noticed. But electing to back off this time around. So it looks like it's just going to be an A flood in the end for Ground Zero. A couple of smokes to go over the top. Be no surprise for Rooster. They saw them entering into apartments, and here comes that push. Util over the top on Michela. Back-to-back headshot onto 80k and Chell, and that is the A side taken, and it's already a different feel here on Inferno in comparison to Dust 2.
I mean, those flashes from PZ were picture perfect. Both players on the site blind, and then he runs into the site and gets the third. He really couldn't have done any better for Ground Zero to set themselves into this 4-on-2 post plant. At this point, Rooster just playing for exits. It's 2 players with Kevlar that would like to hold on to it because look, the force in the next round is impending.
You can get a lot done with the force on a map like this. Reckons is scurrying away. He's really trying to get out of here. He's fine. But yeah, pistols can definitely do damage on this map, so the iceberg is still looming in the water right now for Ground Zero. See what any kind of investment will look like here for Rooster if they do opt for it.
ADK and Chelios just got pepper sprayed and were crying in each other's arms on default there. Not much for them to do, unfortunately. The spy does come out here from Rooster, though. 2 Famises purchased by both of the players that were able to save. They can bring the Kevlar brought over from the pistol into this one, so see if the rifles can be something dangerous for Rooster. Already have traded a couple of grenades with the T side, but you don't want to be doing that too often because you're really not going to be bringing as many into a round like this as Ground Zero will have on offer. Chelios solo on this A site, and he will probably get crumbled, and then we'll watch another 1 minute 30 save.
No, don't do that to me. Okay, Chell didn't die. But we
He's
will
saving his
probably
grenades.
still watch a 1 minute 30 save, so
Yeah.
I guess it's a moot point.
Vision given the plant here to work on his ultimate, right?
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Well,
Well,
this is thrilling stuff.
wowee.
This Skull Hunter flash pinned. This Coffin's flash at the ready. At any moment, this could kick off, guys. Vision, he's somewhere in the vicinity. He's kind of like teetering on the other postcode.
Yeah, I'm not really a believer in what you're selling.
There you go. Should have
Bad
believed.
door-to-door salesman.
What?
Would
That's
you
exactly what happened?
Would you classify this as kicking off? I don't know if I'd call this kicking off.
This is the light scuffle.
It's also light scuffle. Pretty used to
Oh,
those actually
no.
at NZCS lately, but
Oh,
by
that's
the by.
true. Yeah, I know. I've heard that you've been getting into a few down at the tavern as well.
Bit of a scrap, you know. Can't help myself really.
Scrap at LAN. I mean, they they lost dualies there and a Famis. That's not great, but it's not horrible. Reckons it's going to double down with the Deagle.
This is interesting. Being taken by Juices, but unable to win his duel. How did he actually won that? I think he was in a good spot because he was backed up by teammates. There was a smoke for second mid. Might have been hard to trade him. Either way, not the case. And so this half and map really still yet to get underway for Rooster, and
whoa.
Skull also yet to get underway. That was rough to watch.
Eyes, man. What was that from Vision? Chelios, I felt like he was a bit of a bystander in that spray, I'm not going to lie.
This has been one of those maps, hasn't it? 3 rounds in. What has really happened? Not a lot.
Yeah, we're going to 3 here. Let's roll Anubis. Just roll it.
Prepared to call her already.
That was a very lazy spray from Rooster. That was... I felt like that wasn't lazy for Skull Hunter. I felt like he was really working for that, you know?
He was trying.
He was getting nowhere fast.
Yeah, yeah. He was spray like he was tracking in a dream, you know?
He was looking like you in the DMs.
Oh, I'm a bit better than that, aren't I?
Alrighty. Bit of a fight over Nana on the cards here. Damio and Apoc Dud lobbing a little bit of utility. They're up behind the progression smoke. They've copped a HE. Coupled return in Skull's direction. Reckon's also under a little pressure. He's going to play up on the half wall. They really want to scrap here. He gets isolated and picked, and flashes lobbed in the directions of the T's. Not really doing a whole lot of anything. Apoc Dud barely getting out of that molly in time, but maintaining the man advantage for Ground Zero, and it's soaked up a lot of the CT utility as well. So this is an excellent spot for the T's here.
Yeah, it's going to soak up a little bit more as an incend goes through to clear out sandbags. A smoke down on B as well. Happy with the proceedings thus far on the map.
The last bit of util on B. Thrown out by Skull. His site held together with a little bit of tape at this point because he's pretty low on HP, and you can see he's already angling for a save. If that's a B finish, then he's just going to give it up. And actually, I'm going to commit to the A site. The AWP is over here. Shell could find the opener and make the double pit setup a little bit more dangerous looking.
Ooh.
Or not.
Oh, yeah. Kill from Juicers. They got a bit to the side. Not anymore. Back to B. And again, might be quite a lot of saving happening in this round, or at least attempted saving. Epoch Dud will just get to B in time to get the plant down.
It's like the Alamo right now. This is a standoff of all time. Nobody budging an inch. He's found himself Shell's AWP in library. Yeah, Juices. He's taken a couple of kills, but very little impact. 4-0 for Ground Zero. AWP retained. I mean, this is just the best possible start to the T side. I don't know what happened in between Dust 2 ending and this map starting, but they have reached insane levels of lock-in.
I mean, it's just Ground Zero in a nutshell, isn't it? I feel like I was talking about this all LAN long. Every single time we would watch a Ground Zero match, they'd win the first map. I'd be like, don't count your chickens before they hatch. And if they lost the first map, I'd be like, don't count your chickens before they hatch. And here we are again. Similar story, Ground Zero. Always take a little bit to get going and or fall off after having a hot start.
Yeah, the lock-in fall-off arc is well and truly present. Epoch Dud's caught that nade quite nicely. Got a good pair of hands on him. But outside of that, not really too much to report. It's an A stack for Rooster. It's the default for Ground Zero. They haven't really decided where they wish to finish this round. I like the two-man setup at library side, or at jungle side though. You see jungle wraps quite often. Anti-eco these days.
Yeah, so he's gone to library. Might indicate jungle wrap. Oh, Shell. Hunting for that info. It's going to go down. Here's a chance for Juicers. 5-7 in hand will get the job done. Terrified that they're going to push him, but it'll be the Molotov that dislodges him in the end. Here comes Skull Hunter straight down Banana into Damio's waiting crosshair.
Oh, man. He was really sending it as well, you know.
He
had
was.
places to be. 80k. Nice vision. On the edge of the smoke there. Going to ferry the AK over to Reckons Maps. No, picks it up for himself. This is somewhat winnable. I mean, Epoch Dud is very close here. If he gets picked up, it's going to be a pretty nice 2-on-2, but he's good for it. Reckons to take the next duel here. And it's another different off angle, which doesn't go as well for Epoch Dud this time, but this is where you get the next layer of things. Damio's sitting in the truck, and he's not going to get a crack at it.
Yep, Peasy doesn't get there in time to catch Reckons on the cross. Where's Reckons off to?
I don't think he really knows. It's like a squirrel trying to hold onto a nut, you know? Just dashing around the place.
Terrorists win.
I mean, 5-0. This is an Inferno game of all time.
Yes.
Rooster has not done anything this game.
Well, they've got everything that they could possibly need to do something in this round. You've got all the util, you got the AWP. Gonna have anything on the CT side, it should be here. Be interested in what Chell's gonna get up to, but he's gonna play a bit more of a supportive role on Banana rather than take an early peek.
Nice little util set there for Ground Zero to take control, and this is Rooster trying to wrestle it right back. Flashes up over the top, completely swatted away. Epoch Dud and Damio combining for 2, and a fancy flick from Chelios doesn't end up hitting anybody. It's forced away, and it's just another round that looks a little bit too easy for Ground Zero here.
Yeah. It's just a tale of 2 maps really, isn't it? On one you have a red hot Rooster. And on the second ground zero, that seems like they can not put a foot wrong.
That's the thing, like the red Rooster was hot and fresh.
That's right.
But now, like, the chickens are getting greasier, the chips are getting a bit old and soggy.
Fridge for a few days. Not sure if it's still good to eat. Might still have some. Could be a problem later on if you do.
Hey, protein's protein, man.
Is it worth the risk?
Oh man, they're saving again. We had a good game on ECL Asia last night.
Did ya?
Yeah.
What was it?
Cube versus Alter Ego.
The cube with a Q.
With a Q.
Yeah.
I tell you, this guy Paranormal from Mongolia, incredible. Incredible game on.
Got a few of them
This
over
guy,
there.
this guy from New Zealand, Gratisfaction.
Yep.
Best player with 100 ping I've ever seen.
Yeah, I was watching along a little bit while you guys were casting that, and seemed like a pretty interesting back and forth affair. Certainly a little bit closer than this matchup.
This one's just a back and forth game. We're waiting for the intrigue.
Yeah.
Timeout from Rooster. It's not something they don't usually do this. They didn't used to have this button.
No. I remember back in the day, it used to be a thing. I don't really remember at what point did they start using timeouts.
See if they can come up with something special. Tried a couple different things, but by and large, the banana aggression has backfired every time. Second mid, Carp's aggression didn't get them any success on pistol either. And Chell is 0-5. Just hasn't had a chance to do anything with the ult. And to be fair, nobody has. Like, Juices is 4-4, but I'm pretty sure all of those are exits.
Back at it once again. Keep bashing your head against a brick wall. Eventually you'll get through, given enough time. That's a grim thought.
I don't know if that's true. Have you tested?
No, I'm just saying, like, eventually, like, over the course of a million years, if you had an indestructible head versus a brick wall,
Indestructible head.
you would get through, no?
I guess so, yeah.
They're trying to dig your way out of jail with a spoon.
The spoon, yeah. Damio cops one in return. Be a quick regroup back towards A. That's going to be pressures on ADK and Juices to hold the A site by themselves. The rotation from Chelios is not going to offer them any extra util. They're going to double up pit side again.
Will it matter? Is the question I'm going to pose. Molly might cause some problems. ADK does not have a smoke to put it out. He's got some delaying util. The grenade going to go over too short, but the big question is, can Chell get anything done? He gets himself one. Look at what's happening on Banana! What a mess! It's a banana split. They've made a banana split. Damio is the one that gets to eat it all. Skull Hunter somehow back into B. I don't know, it's a bit of a mess. I think I'm on that same train of thought as you were, and I think I'd like to just go to Anubis now, please.
Oh, man. Oh, that was nice. Got Juices on the fadeaway through the car spam. That was probably the most exciting thing I've seen this map.
Take those.
Damio hasn't died yet, by the way. We're 7 rounds deep.
Well, it might continue.
It's running up mid. Shell, decent little off angle for him. Juices is there to back him up. He does a lot of damage, but doesn't actually finish anybody off. And Juices, who is usually such a naturally aggressive player, is just turtling in the site in a round where they don't really even have any util to work with, so I'm not sure how many favors that's going to do for them, quite honestly.
Gets one more. Oh, a long spray down. Either he or ADK having too much success there. All the damage done. I mean, this is surely a round on offer for Rooster if they can just convert on one or two of these kills. Tell why Ground Zero are so hesitant to proceed forward. Has drawn that extra rotate off. Skull Hunter's back over towards B, so 2 players to defend A, but again, 2 players here. Could be more than enough with the slim amount of HP to play with. 80k can't afford to make a mistake here. Can't be going down for free. Here comes that push on Michela. Covered off by Juices there. Skull Hunter, the assist in. It's all on Juices, and this is what I'm talking about. Low HP players just going down so quick. So Skull in the one-on-one against PZ, and I'll take 1 bullet on either side.
Dang. That was the bullet.
That was the bullet.
Hit no for Ground Zero.
Yep.
Look, it was a lot of foreplay, but anticlimactic in the end, unfortunately. Nice multi from Juices, though. Did a good job of saving ADK. Unfortunately, ADK didn't really do much with that favor as the pit anchor. He had a phenomenal map 1. This map he is not really doing much of anything. Juices seems to be the only one with his monitor on for Rooster right now.
Not good news, is it? And it's just getting into the territory where you can't even really feel like you can make the argument, oh, you know, if they do well here, they can come back in the second half. It's just, there's been nothing to play with. Yeah, they're getting rolled.
There you go, 80k's dead again. Vision's in pit. This isn't even where the bomb is, guys. Like, this is just Omichella and Vision deciding to go on a Christopher Columbus excursion into the A site. Just for fun at this point, really, just to try to feel something. And they've wiped the whole site 2v3.
Why not? Just keep on keeping on. I mean, you're getting into potential 13-0 territory now.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
I don't even think that we saw games like this bad at defrag. This series has just been woeful.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously it's LAN. I think it brings out a bit of a different mindset in a lot of the players. Everyone's a bit more locked in.
Bomb has been planted.
Let's do nothing. Absolutely nothing. 9-0. Maybe time for another timeout, Jordan. What do you think?
I don't think it matters. Get over and done with, I reckon. Go next. Next map. Surely Anubis has got to be a good one between these two teams. Let's have a look back at the history there. 13-6 for Ground Zero,
2-1.
13-6 for Ground Zero, 13-7 for Rooster.
Rooster beat them the first time that those two teams played each other, and then I think in the next series they picked it, and they got owned.
Yep. That'll do it.
HP for Damien on the half wall here. And he's not moving a muscle. We've got a carp set up. The chicken is absolutely shitting itself there. Running through apartments. Bit of a stark contrast to a Ground Zero that is just walking around, juggling utility and trying to decide how they want to fold this B site.
Reckons is going to get his smoke down. I'm not sure how much help that's going to be. None, actually. Turns out to be the answer, so Not really what I expected.
There's not even anything worth saving. I mean, it's a half buy, to be fair. Except for records, he's just given up. He's just bought full util at a 5-7. Said, I just don't care anymore.
He's thinking, get me out. Maybe he's
Dark
just
thoughts.
a fan of Egyptian culture, you know? He wants to go and inspect Anubis.
Yeah. History buff. I know you've always been interested in mummies.
That's right, actually. The older the better.
Ancient.
Yeah.
Possible. It's a different map, though.
Oh, you hear that?
What was it?
A crime has been committed on Inferno. The police are coming. Rooster, you are under arrest.
For fraudulent activity. We'll leave it at that. PC. Going to volley into main. Records is isolated now by himself. Oh, my lord, Skull. Lucky that there was a wall in the way. Hold on. This could be the flash timing. He's got 2. This is the best round we've seen from Rooster in 11 rounds.
Hey, I mean, that's something. We'll take it. But, it's not over yet. They may still find a way to lose this round, yes. Got that rotate coming over.
There's so much util on, hey? All of these guys have got all the util. Look at that. Bam, volley.
Okay.
Ah, oh, wow. We won. That's triple his skills.
Yep, I think it
Oh,
might be
he's
over.
quadrupled his skills. He's quadrupled his skills, Phil. What do you have to say about that?
Nice round. Need another one. They can double their rounds here in the final round of the half.
Dogs.
Well, finally, something's worked.
We had a brief hit of dopamine. Very brief. Round 0. Running straight up mid. Uses flash off the line. Hand in hand with ADK. They've got a lot of work to do. In fact, the T's, I wonder if they're, just going to wrap into CT here and challenge Shelios.
He's ready for it. He's very ready for it. Surely he can't not get one here. Such a strong line for the AWP. And he knows. He's spotted vision now as well. Oh, the double swing. But they're not prepared for Skull Hunter, who indeed will find the trades. All's well that ends well as far as Ground Zero is concerned initially with that kill coming through from PZ. They have space. And they're able to sort of put together a bit of a take on the B bomb site now through from CT spawn. This round is getting a little bit messy.
Damio has not budged an inch. He's been sitting with his feet on the coffee table inside of T-stairs this whole round. And he's good for 2. There you go. It's paid off.
Yeah. So, 1 round. Gonna be a 1-round wonder. It would seem, and indeed that will be the case. So 11-1 Rooster. I don't know what to say about that first half, but Ground Zero in a great spot to take us through to a map 3. Welcome back on in for map number 2, one of the greatest games of Oceanic Counter-Strike we are witnessing right now on our screens. Ground Zero versus Rooster on Inferno. Fantastic first half, high stakes competition, the major on the line. Pilski cannot wait to get underway here with the pistol in the second half and see how this all unfolds.
Oh, I mean, Ground Zero, they played a superb T-half. I've never even really seen anything quite like it. It was like watching Apoc Dud just call a perfect symphony. Really phenomenal. Every single player completely on point. Damio somehow managed to simultaneously never move from T-stairs and get like so many kills for himself. He's 11-2. And Rooster, can they come back? Can they put together the greatest comeback of all time here? Or are they absolutely clucked?
Oh, we will find out. It's going to have to start on this pistol. Gel's been bequeathed the P250 responsibility.
It's been anointed.
He is. It's God-given right to utilize that P250. However, might not get much of a chance. There's only one player here on the A site. PZ going to be run down by multiple members. Deleted straight away. So, 4-1 split from Ground Zero, not paying off.
Oh yeah, but this is where they cash in. Ripped up on the deep line. Unfortunately, 80k, a little bit of an elevation change is good enough to 1-for-1. Not really helping the CTs get any closer to the site. Damio's going to try to change up the angle of approach, and Omichella does well to get himself another. So this is where the Carp Slurk needs to come in pretty big. And unfortunately, it's not able to. Chelios cleaning up vision on Moto, and Damio swatted away on Carpets. Rooster double their rounds, and they take the first step of 1,000 steps up Mount Everest.
It's a nice piss around from Reckons. Hit a couple of sharpies. But you're right, Pilski, that is one very small step for Ground Zero kind. Or rather for Rooster kind. They're gonna need a very big leap.
They are, yes. And it starts with a force bite. Damio's got himself an MP7. That's always a gun. You can buy. You can click on it and buy it. Nice tag for PZ. He's starting to butter them up. He's starting to soften them up.
Okay.
A little bit like Conky with his clients, his insurance clients, you know?
A little bit of
Take
butter
him out to a
chicken.
nice lunch. A little bit of butter chicken. Oh, okay. Yeah, alright.
Butter them up.
You seem like a butter chicken jar marinade kind of guy, and that's not a compliment.
I don't even know how to reply to that.
Look at this B stack. It's looking dastardly. Oh, great nade.
Uh-oh. It might be over before it begins for Rooster. It was looking good after the piss around, but now you're going into a 4 stack on the B side. Through a smoke. This gets a rather important entry, but there's still a lot of CTs yet to find. And another one still stacked in at second oranges, which could be a difference maker. Damio can't do enough. So it hasn't come together for Ground Zero, despite a good spot to be in. Rooster will grab themselves another.
Broken through. Vision. I don't know if he's with us. No, he's no longer with us, guys.
Oh dear, you
Rest
mean.
in peace, Vision. Nice knowing you, my friend. And look, we were asking what else this game needs, and a tech pause was definitely on the cards.
I recall Vision in the past having quite a number of tech issues. Do you remember that?
Straight to jail.
Yeah. Maybe he needs to sort out the internet connection over there in Vision Land.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. Maybe just give up.
I mean, that's an option, I suppose.
I spent years trying to fix my home internet when I was living with my parents and actually playing Counter-Strike and trying to take it seriously, and it didn't help.
Those were different times, though. Like, internet
that's
infrastructure is a lot better nowadays. Back when I was playing, like, in a team, I think I had ADSL, or ADSL 2,
Yeah.
and people used to complain that, like, my model would warp around all the place. Like, it was
Yeah,
just,
yeah.
like, laggy.
Same. I had like crazy packet loss.
Yeah.
I got kicked from a team for lagging too often once. That was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back.
You know
And
what?
I moved out of home to get better internet, but it turns out living in a one bedroom of a 2-bedroom apartment with a partner, which is the only place you can put your PC, doesn't mean that you get to just play Counter-Strike all the time. And then also you have to pay rent, so you have to get a job, and then all of a sudden you're bad at Counter-Strike. So it's kind
Yeah.
of just a lose-lose situation.
So don't leave home, ladies and gents. I think it's the big
Never
takeaway.
move out.
Never move out.
Follow your dreams. You can be donk.
Yeah, literally. If you want to be a pro gamer, stay at home as long as possible. I mean, look, in this economy, I feel like stay at home as long as possible is probably just a good piece of advice regardless of where you want to go in life. Save a bit of money. Mum and dad could drive you places.
What career do you give the advice of move out of home as soon as possible? Would it be true?
I can think of a couple, but they might not be safe for broadcast.
Gee. Well, Rooster are starting to do something. I won't call it a comeback yet, but they are ticking up the round counter. Full save for ground zero. Only 2 digs in play, and one of them's already dead.
Yeah, Apoptut looking a little unhealthy as well. He's actually going to cop a grenade that'll finish him off. End the pain of the round. I guess we're going to get to see whether or not 2 in the first half. Oh, you know, is it 2? Was it 10-2 or was it
1?
Yeah, I was going to
It's
say
11-1.
whether or not 1 in the first half is going to be enough for Rooster. But put together a T side, and hey, who knows? Maybe a bit more of a T-sided team. Gotta keep hope.
Zeus skin. PZ. You know what PZ's name means?
Pineapple Zip.
Pineapple zip. Maybe pineapple zap.
Ooh, not this time.
Unlucky. 5 alive again for Rooster. That was another round of all time. Finally get the buys rolling for ground zero now. No AWP yet for PZ. Or Rooster, to be fair. This team's quite tentative at the moment. Oh, PZ is going to pull the AWP out. There you go. They've juggled a couple of guns. That's going to take a lot of util away from Omicella, who is on that B side of the map. So 1 extra util set taken away from him. Juice is already getting legged early on, so the AWP already having some value.
Will be the straw that breaks the camel's back for Rooster. Now that the guns are in hand for ground zero, it's been easy picking so far in the second half. Job will get a little bit more difficult here.
Demio flashing Apoc Dud back in. No one had taken car control just yet. Rooster will dive forward and secure control of sandbags. Demio considering to throw a little bit of retake util. Oh, the flash is a nice one. Takes a chunk out of Apoc Dud. But there's no util left here on B. Just 3 guys with guns.
Sometimes guys with guns can do a lot of work. Crossfire is not a bad one. Dark second orange is Coffins. Apoc Dud will take that first contact and go scurrying away. He's on 30 HP, doesn't want to have a bar of it. It's a good choice as well, because he's picked up that kill onto Skull Hunter and avoided all the util that was headed into his previous position. Still 2 players on this side. Unfound as of yet for Rooster, and Damio doubling down should surely have won the round for them. Omicella will strike at the back end, 12 for ground zero. And as we expected, we might be heading in the direction of an Anubis sooner rather than later.
Or maybe later. This vision's gone again.
No, vision.
Oh, you're so sexy. Don't disconnect from the server.
Oh no.
mean, that was a round where I felt like if Rooster threw like a execute that we've seen from them before, they probably would have just won that round, but they went for a bit more of a contact approach. Skull just tried to miss it into the spawn smoke and got punished. I don't mind the risk necessarily, but I felt like they had a pretty significant grenades advantage right from the get-go. Obviously, they couldn't have known that Omichella didn't have an extra util set, so maybe they're kind of misreading what's available on that B site there. But there were a lot of players that could have been dug out of position with util pretty easily there for Rooster. Just kind of one of those situations where you don't know what you're playing against exactly.
Thoughts on Vision as a human being?
Not a fan.
Really? That's toxic.
Yeah. Good on LAN, but online, he goes missing sometimes.
That's true. He was quite good on LAN though, wasn't he?
Yes.
Was he the highest rated Ground Zero player at the defrag wildcard LAN? I suspect he might have been.
Do you want me to go find out?
I mean, since we've got time, may as well. I'm going to have a quick look here. Let's see.
See which one of us can find out first.
He was.
Damn it.
1.05 over... Epoch Dot's 1.03.
Not by a lot. I feel like that doesn't tell the whole story, eh?
Not by a lot, no. He must have had some average maps, you know?
He was terrible at the start. Like, his first few series, he was absolutely shit. And then a series, like, later on, like the playoffs, I think it was, he started absolutely frying. From the qualification game at the end of the group stage to the end of the event, he was cooking everyone. But in the first two series, I want to say, he wasn't doing anything. In other news, my dog is running around with a bee in his mouth, like a toy bee, not a real bee.
You had me
He
scared
looks
for a second.
very happy right now.
Feel like it's
looking
definitely a
very
dog
happy.
thing to have a real bee in their mouth as well.
Oh,
to be
true.
fair.
Yeah, my last dog got stung by a bee, and her face like blew up on one side.
Yeah. Seems to be a regular occurrence in the dog world.
It's a dog-eat-dog world, man.
Apparently dogs like explore the world with their mouth. That's why they just like to eat stuff.
They're like babies.
Yeah. So it's like, I guess, probably not the greatest of ways of going about things when you want to like explore what is it. What is this bee? What is this insect thing? What is this animal? I'm gonna put it in my mouth. Oh, it's a bee. It stung me. It's not really smart, is it?
Yeah. Look, dogs not always smart. Sometimes smart though. Sometimes very smart. Like one of my dogs, he figured out how to use the pet door without ever having seen one before instantly. And my other dog is terrified of it.
Yeah.
Just never know, man. One of my dogs, I push the pet door, she just stares at it and she's like, I will never go near that. And then my other dog, I push the pet door open and he's like, oh yeah, I get it, and he runs through it. And then runs back into the house straight away. Never even trained him how to do it. Just understands. What is this, like a little cafe or something in T-Sport?
I'd have to have a look again.
Sit down and have a nice cup of coffee. That sounds really good right now.
What
What are your thoughts on al fresco dining?
Uh-oh. Oh, he's back in. Al fresco dining.
Yeah.
What is al fresco? That's like out in the open, right?
Yeah. I feel like that's an Australian thing, though.
Yeah,
Very common in Australia.
I'm totally down with that. I think it's great.
That's good, man. Good to know. Anyway, Vision's back.
Hey!
So we're gonna play Counter-Strike again.
Oh, thank God for that. All right. I mean, it could be the final round of the map, you know. Big tech pause into a break. There'll be another map after this one, Anubis. It's really feeling a bit like a formality at this point, getting to the Anubis, but it's just a question of how long it will take to get there.
Bit of a tentative standoff inside of carpets. Chelios jumping up but punished for doing so. Now ADK looking for the trade. They know how low Omichella is and they were pre-firing it. Juices comes up nicely with 2. Damio for the next contact. PZ finds 1. Transition there in middle. It's such an awkward couple of exchanges, but Ground Zero have still come out on top and reckons he's in Nadia with the bomb. Never even got a chance to play his way into the round.
Yeah, that was looking quite poor for a second, and maybe still could be. Hang on a second. Reckons, though, not expecting the push into middle. 13-4 will be the score on map number 2. It mirrors map 1. And, of course, that means we're going to need a map 3. We are going to Anubis. Bit of a, I think it's fair to say, up and down day for these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, they 13 for each other on their own map picks. Usually it's a little closer between these two teams. I don't think we've seen such one-sided stomps except for Ground Zero. So look, Anubis is a map that we have seen played 3 times between both of these teams, and it has favored Ground Zero in 2 out of 3 of those. So let's see if they can keep that streak going right after this short break on map 3.
Well, here we are for map number 3, which I feel was somewhat anticipated, somewhat expected between Ground Zero and Rooster. It's a matchup that has historically been very favorable for Ground Zero, but having seen Rooster take that first map of Dust 2 so cleanly, it always felt like we were headed in the direction of Anubis, and here we are. Pilsky, let's see whether or not maybe Rooster can claim themselves a scalp today that has been eluding them for the majority of the year.
Yeah, I think for Rooster, this will be a big win for them, but look, the head-to-head record on this map over the last couple is not looking fantastic. They've taken 2 pretty big batterings on Anubis the last 2 times that they played Ground Zero, both 13-6 respectively, and I think before that, you had Ground Zero kind of pick Anubis to throw a curveball at Rooster in the wildcard LAN early on, which didn't go well for them, but I felt like that kind of might have been an off game for Ground Zero and quite a high peak Rooster from Rooster, similar to what we saw on Dust 2. So look, we've had a 13-4 go either which way. This series is 1-1, and at the moment it kind of really just feels like whoever's on and whoever goes missing will kind of tell the tale of the game. I don't think it really has anything to do with the map at this point. It's just about whether the teams are going to lock in and try to play.
Yes, I agree. Hopefully we'll get a good map of Counter-Strike tonight. I think the first 2 maps have been maybe not exactly what we would have wanted. They've been appetizers when we're seeking a real full meal, and this one here, Anubis could well deliver that. Deserves a 3rd map this series, that's for sure. And here we are. Let's see whether or not it is going to live up to expectations. Omichella may be the one to take the first contact here with a bit of a push coming through from Chell. That is a quick shot. Not a chance at a reaction there from Omichella. So first blood drawn by Rooster.
They're making some moves in the middle of the map. They've smoked off cams already. Counter flash comes out from the CT side, but they seem hell-bent on running down records inside of E-Box. Things going quite well now for Ground Zeroes. They're starting to get a decent timing onto the B side, but there's already 3 players here from Rooster ready to defend. Not anymore. They all get folded in an instant, and it's all on Juices to complete a pretty untenable 1-on-4.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's just sometimes how it goes when you've got USPs defending against a quick hit like that with clocks. Tend to be the case that if you miss one shot, if you even miss the opening shot on the entry, you are going to be overrun site. Vision gets himself a nice kill with the knife at the back end there, so a bit of extra cash going into the back pocket for Ground Zero. It's a great start to the map.
It's a round that starts well for Rooster, but I don't mind the approach from Ground Zero. Their util pressure in the middle of the map pulls the rotations away from the B site, and with how fast of a pivot there was into E-Box, Ground Zero, they got a good angle to attack that B site. It's not like Rooster didn't have the number of players they needed to defend it. It's just that they were kind of caught in transition in a bit of a weird spot. So I think Ground Zero kind of got what they were seeking with that pistol. And a win's a win at the end of the day. Rooster now not much invested in this round. Helios trying to cut some corners to make something special happen. The rest of Rooster all diving their way out of A main and very easily dealt with. That is a anti-eco that goes very smoothly, and that I wish we would have seen more of in the last 2 maps, to be honest.
Yeah. So 2-0 for Ground Zero. Still early days. We'll get the buyout here from the CT side. No up, obviously, in the hands of Chell just yet, but early. All that one.
Yeah, I mean, this map can be pretty rifle-centric anyway a lot of the time. Getting aggressive on that CT side. What can have impact, don't get me wrong, but I think a good rifler is worth their weight in gold and on Anubis. Quick pacing in towards A main. Vision, applying a lot of pressure over there, but he gets cleaned up by Juices, and now Omichella over on this B main. He's found himself an entry as well. Continues to apply pressure to try to draw aggro away from E-Box as the T's wait behind the molly.
Damio waiting patiently. Meanwhile, though, Apox not going to go down, so 2-on-4 needs to be negotiated. PZ will try to take matters into his own hands, but gives up a lot of his HP, and fighting for their lives here in E-Box. The 2 remaining Ground Zero members. Hoping for a mistake from Rooster. Not going to happen. Skull timing the peak perfectly. That's the job done. First round on the board for Rooster.
No bomb plant, but there'll still be a decent buy to come in here for Ground Zero. Reckons with a bit of a fadeaway shot there, but the big setup, that's kind of what I was talking about on the pistol. Like, they got into good enough positions to stop the T scaling out of the chokes. A little bit more easy of a defense when you've got a couple more tricks up your sleeve. Nice pillar swing at the end of things. Not like Rooster didn't take their losses there, though. Only one player with any serious money on the CT side right now, and that's Juices. Round 4 going to be a pretty important round for both of these teams.
That's great from Damio. Perfect start to the round 4, ground 0. Don't slow down here, though. Maybe not. Reckons is going to get flashed out of main, and that'll be another kill for Damio. So ground 0 having their cake and eating it to start off round number 4. ADK under a lot of pressure. Chella will finish that. Sign entry opened up, and well, 0. They're going to bounce back with a round of their own.
They play so well in the 4v5 sometimes, ground 0. Like, they find that opener with a nice little tower boost. Damio 7-1, by the way. He's having a blinder. But their ability to just kind of have these anti-flash setups and default out the map really effectively is great to see sometimes. It wins you rounds for free, and that's a perfect example of it. Where Rooster playing a man down feel like a push is a necessity, but finding the timing for that push to be successful is sometimes not so straightforward, and I think a flash play out B main was pretty easy for ground 0 to deal with on that timing in particular. Joe going to at least take one exit with him, but it's still a success for ground 0 here as they move up 3-1.
Terrorists win.
Unfortunate for Reckons. Tried to force the play on that CT side when they were in the 4-on-5. But ground 0 very much waiting for it. So rough buy for the CTs here, unfortunately. Let's see the ground 0 lads pull ahead a little bit here.
Molly hasn't gone where it was intended. Now Skull Hunter actually has a little bit of a pocket to play in. Around the mollies invested by the T side. Round 0 a little bit more of a lean towards this A side of the map this time, which is completely open for business. Surprised Chell is saving for an AWP. I thought this round was going to be a round where you would invest 4 rifles and an MP9 or something like that, but Chelios wanting to play for a save into round 7 potentially here.
Ooh, okay. That's nice from Skull. Almost gets another one. Apocta just able to hold on to that fight. Been a quick change of pace toward the A site there from the main players, and Chell might have been overrun with just a 5-7 in hand, but ground 0 opting to slow things down. Bombs back in water. Vision. Oh, he might get what he's wanting here. He wants a fight. You can see he's trying to bait Chell into that peak with the footsteps. Works out perfectly. Advantage gained for ground 0. PZ gonna have to go through past that molly and can't wrangle the spray well enough. Reckons down low, but no kill.
They bust their way out A here. Not very effectively, but with 80k, the only one to hold, and he only had 20 HP and MP9 and a dream. Wasn't to be. Apocta trying to control the rotations, but he goes down early here. And with the bomb only now just going down, this 2-on-2 is potentially winnable for Rooster on the retake.
Damio waiting for this push. It's a nice setup for the T's in this post plant. You can see they can just play off of each other so easily. Sen's going to go behind the site. It will dislodge Damio. Does some good damage to Juices, and that time ticking is going to give Vision all the cards here to play with. He'll peek from the correct side and get the job done. Juices can't finish it off this time around, and ground 0 get themselves another 4-1 lead.
Yeah, Vision and Damio really just dapping each other up. They are the 2 big performers. So left alive in that 2-on-2. They were good for it. Juices gave it a good crack. I thought he was on for a clutch there. But as it stands, Rooster find their money. Oh, okay, weird. All right, so Chell saved in the last round, and now he's opted to glass cannon and all. T-Money did get quite low towards the end of things. I think this knife that Vision got at the start of the game is kind of actually helping out Ground Zero's economy in the long run a little bit more than you might expect.
I mean, Chella does the dirty work to start things off again here for Ground Zero. Still a couple of members on this B bomb side that are going to try and hold on. ADK's picked up the orb. Oh dear, that molly forcing him out of position. Another kill there for Ground Zero, and they're happy to kind of cancel as far as this push into B was concerned. I don't think they were ever really committed to it.
No. It's looking to try to flush out pistols, and in a round where they didn't expect Rooster to have that much invested. A hero rifle and a glass cannon orb from Chelios. It was a bit of a mixed bag. I think they thought with that last round coming down to the 1v1 that the T-side economy was a little bit more fragile than it actually was. But as it stands, the surprise factor of the hero warp and any hopes that Rooster had of being competitive in this round have very quickly been pushed away. PZ is very much just kind of a money man at this point, trying to see if he can bait down any reaction from the CTs and weaken a B site hold that is non-existent to begin with.
Easy round for Ground Zero. Might be heading in the same direction as the Inferno. I felt this was going to be a bit more of a competitive map, but we're not really seeing it so far. See how this hunt goes for Ground Zero. They've certainly sent a number of their forces to go have a bit of a look. How successful they're going to be getting all the way over to A. It's quite a trek.
Don't have the greatest of money on the T side just yet, so losing 3 to 4 guns here would not be worth, but they've set up a decent net. Diving into the A site now. Skullhunter sits them down with the Deagle. Nice couple of shots at the end of the round there, and rightly so. He's earned himself an AK at the end of things.
Oh, juices will go down, so they do get one at least at the back end there, courtesy of PZ. The hunt mostly ineffective.
It does a little bit of damage to Ground Zero's money, but still nothing crazy. Tuck timeout for Rooster. Took a timeout on a pretty similar timing in the last map, and it really didn't help them any on their CT side Inferno. In back-to-back games, actually, where ADK and Chelios just haven't really been present. The first map, they were both phenomenal. They were the best 2 performers, I think, for Rooster. And Inferno and Anubis, just 0 impact from either of them. Definitely going to need them to step up if they're going to be competitive with Ground Zero here.
We go again. Full contingent of util and weaponry for Rooster in this round. Be a bit more of a forward hold with a little bit of a look into E-box. Smoke over on bridge, but ultimately not much coming of it here. Need to let that space go over to Ground Zero, who are once again encroaching in on the B bomb side. Oh, Michela crept through the smoke out on the pizza. It's not worked out. EDK and Reckons, I don't even know if maybe was there a smoke on main. I don't think there was in the end. Contact play onto B. They felt like they had a timing. It's not happened this time around.
The round Rooster needs. Not sure it's the round that was discussed in the in the TAC timeout per se, but it's working out nonetheless. Still, a 2-on-5 could get expensive for the CT side. A contact through main here for Vision and PC. Juices is not really giving them much of anything, though.
It's a tag. That tag may be a bomb plan on offer, particularly now that Vision has got himself that kill. You've still got players in cams to
Oh,
worry
dear.
about, but PZ's connected on another one, and there's still quite a substantial amount of util. Aware of Juice's position now with a tick of that molly. Vision sets himself up behind this smoke. This is getting very dangerous for Rooster, but spam through will dislodge Vision, and PZ overwhelmed as well, so crisis averted, although it was a costly round considering. It's also, you know, not the kind of round that really fills you with a whole lot of confidence there for Rooster, right? Like, that just feels like more of a round that Ground Zero lost rather than one that Rooster won.
Yeah, but if they win this next round, then that's where they're really going to be cooking with gas because, yeah, like I said, they've been chipping in kills on the T side for the majority of this game. Ground Zero are out of money without any loss bonus behind them. So Rooster winning a round, especially if they have 3 or 4 guns up in round 8 here, will completely flip this map on its head.
Big round coming up here for Ground Zero. If they can get it done, that grenade not causing too much of an issue, but ADK's position certainly looks like it will. If they try to walk their way in through the smoke, they're not quite going to clear it properly. But it does get finished off, and the trades are through as well. B-site just cracked open. Dear me.
You have to save here as Rooster. Don't know if they have any other option. I mean, Apoc Dud's been taken on mid-bridge, but I mean, you're looking at the CT money here. They've got to keep it nice and clean. If they could take exits, it's actually pretty good. Like I said, Ground Zero's money is not great. Every gun taken away from them makes their life harder here. Rooster only picked up the 1, so their loss bonus is still like something. Yeah, pretty nice two-person save into a pretty clean-looking buy in the next.
Terrorists win.
Scoreline's starting to get a bit problematic, though. You can keep putting buys together, I should say. But at a certain point, it's about getting some round wins on the board. And those have been pretty elusive since map 1 for Rooster.
Yeah, and a big commitment towards B main here from Ground Zero. Nades onto ADK's head. He's taken a lot of damage there. In worse for wear. And after that nade stack, Ground Zero quite happy to fall back away and make their way to bridge. Maybe test the middle of the map a little more. But that's where Chelios lies in wait.
Standard setup again from Rooster. 3-1-1. And Zero not too sure yet about where they want to be going, but with the bomb trending towards B, you'd guess that might be where they finish.
One way for UCL to pump that B site.
Misses
Got to
mode.
draw out some in response from the CTs. Well, I don't think they were ever going on that anyway,
No.
but yeah, I think that is going to allow the CTs to kind of, through process of elimination, clear that site and maybe react a little quicker to this mid to A split.
Yep. Namio go through the incend in cams, can't win his duel. Bomb's been dropped there by Juices. Had he dropped this round, completely different one, but holds strong. Holds the fort, and finally, Rooster will start to recover this half a little bit. Round has gone very nicely for them. PZ still fighting, still kicking. But no time left in this round, so where this one is going, it's just a question of how much damage can be done.
Didn't want to die after time there either, so he did manage to die with, I think, literally a second on the clock, PC.
Yep.
Yeah, that missed smoke, unfortunate, but I don't know if it necessarily has changed the round too much. This is what I was talking about. Finally, Ground Zero have hit rock bottom. Chance at a reset here for Rooster that have kind of just been guess, in first gear for the majority of this CT side, but this is going to be really where things pick up, and in fact, indeed it will be. Flashes over the top of mid-bridge. They've made an early round maneuver there, try to get aggressive. This will all have been heard by Ground Zero, who are walking their way through rugs, looking for an A-pop on the timing. Doesn't seem like they're going to change their plan based off of that. They just want to commit to plan A. Literally.
See how that test is going to be answered here by Rooster. Vision is getting a lot of space, but Juices has allowed him pass, and might have actually unsettled Ground Zero a little bit. It does get handled in the end. Push in from Vision onto Chel's position. Ends up being a bit of a problematic one. Bomb needs to be recollected from main, and Apopdud is actually out of there. He's interested in going B. Gonna have to get this job done himself.
1v3 for him. No util to work with. Has got a bit of an advantage on the rotation here. 80k is only now starting to make his way back towards that other side of the map. Plant wasn't heard. Surely has to take an aggressive line early on here before the rotations come in. It's a big off angle from 80k, one which he was somewhat ready for. He's picked up a molly from somewhere, which will halt the push for now, but still, I think the CTs have got good spacing here.
Yeah. Oh, clean kill. Clean enough onto Chel. That's a good one. 80k goes down immediately, but not expecting the position of Reckons. Oh, it was a good effort from Apopdud. He made it close, made it interesting, but that will be a fourth from Rooster, and we're starting to get a little bit more of a competitive map here, finally, in this series.
Yeah, I mean, with the bomb plant, makes it a little bit less gruesome than it should have been, but that's a pretty hard reset on the T-Money. They are down to pistols in this next round. It's a pretty reasonable chance for Rooster to recover things here. Clean anti-eco here, and if they win the last gun round of this half, then they're sitting pretty at 6 apiece.
Should be getting to at least 5. This round, a bit of an easier one to negotiate, given the investment from Ground Zero quite limited. I mean, you've got pistols there, but the fact that there's no armor is really going to be quite a problem for them.
One util set over towards rugs and one in the middle of the map, so it reads like an A split. There's a smoke to camps from the A side of the map.
Space here for Damio, but can't hold on to it. And nobody there to help him out when it's required. They'll be able to squeak past that smoke at cams. Ooh, and that's a good kill from Vision. Opens up a bit more of the map, gives them an M4, but it doesn't get them an entry into the site. A couple of flashes over the top of cams there from Apopdud to try to sell that this is headed towards A. He's looking for information, and he gets more than he bargained for. This kill, the important one. Skull goes down. The round is on offer. Uh-oh. No armor at all for Ground Zero, but they're putting this together off the back of a great round from Vision, and it looks like Apopdud's going to get a freebie onto Chelios.
He's very patient in rugs there, waiting a long time. The rug sale was, permanent. Been sitting there for a long time. And finally, Chelios, he's interested in buying one. That's where they get you. Reckons. I mean, a 1-on-3 that technically should be doable for him, but he's just so far out of position here, and I don't think they're going to give him the opportunity. I think he's just going to try to play for exits and save the ult. That is a rough one for Rooster. That should have been a freebie, given what Ground Zero brought into that round. They were teeing themselves up for such a clean CT side now, but now they might be down 4-8 at the half.
That's a bit of pill to swallow. Bit of a different ball game compared to the potential 6-6 that we were talking about. That was the round that Rooster really could not afford to lose. Maybe they can still make amends for it here, though. 7-5, it would be workable. Let's find out. Final round of the half.
A quicker util into the middle of the map, and PZ starts off well. Chelios punished inside of E-Box. Now you get the follow-up boost up through the middle of the map. They're just waiting for Records to give them something, and that is so easy for Damio to further extend the advantage for Ground Zero. A aggression pushed away as well. 1-for-1 is not going to cut it.
It's a good rotate back towards B. Transition's been pulled. Juices is having a look in middle. That leaves B wide open for the taking. Smoke's going to go through for Temple, so should be an easy entry here for Ground Zero. Will be a fast rotate from Skull. Nobody paying attention to E-Box just yet. Oh yeah, see, if Omicello goes down there, PZ's actually in a lot of trouble. He doesn't. So now it's all on the shoulders of Juices. It is looking like that aforementioned 8-4 that you were speaking about, Pilski, which will be quite the concern for Rooster unless Juices can pull off a bit of a miracle. Dumping util for now. Wants to push his way forward, but has no information on these defending T players. Dives through the molly to his death. 8-4. Ground Zero holding strong in the third map. One more half remaining in this series, and it looks like it might be a painful one for Rooster. The series started so well, but a couple hours later, here we are with what ultimately looks to be a defeat brewing for Rooster. Ground Zero pick up that first half of Anubis, 8-4.
Yeah, Ground Zero, I mean, Vision and Damio were the standouts for the team. I think those two guys put together so much impact in that first half. Has to be said that Rooster missed an opportunity, though. They went down 1-5 after losing Pistol and getting reset despite winning their first gun round. And I felt like a big eco coming in for Ground Zero at the end of the half put them in a pretty woeful position compared to where they thought they'd be. Once they got the money back together, I thought they were going to scrape it back to get a 6-6 half, but as it stands, they're down 4 and 8, and they've got to put together a pretty nice T side here, or they are out of this cup of ECL in 3rd place, which is not bad, to be honest, for a team like Rooster. But still, I think they would rather get an upset over Ground Zero. It's a team that they've been beaten by so many times, and they don't want this to be Groundhog Day.
Yeah, I would say you're definitely right. You know, top 3 in an ECL Cup's not a bad result at all, but obviously you have to note that Thunder Down Under's not competing in this cup, so that probably makes life a little bit easier. Mind Freak are a bit embattled at the moment as well, coming off the back of the couple of lands, bit of roster change happening over on their side. So a couple of extenuating circumstances that have made it a little bit more possible for Rooster to go deep here than it had been previously. So I guess some improvement is something to take away, but again, I'm sure that they would be hoping for a little bit more than that 3rd place in this cup, number 2, but it's still possible. Second half about to get underway here. If they can pick the pistol up, if they can get off to a good start and sort of recover that scoreline early in the half, they can definitely fight for a victory here against Ground Zero still. And you know, again, we'll see how they would then fare against Semperfi in the grand final if they do get through this series.
But we're getting into the game now. Had a couple of pauses, disrupt things a little bit, but we go. Ground Zero leading quite substantially, moving on to the CT side of Anubis now. I dare say they're feeling pretty good that they can get themselves the 3rd win on Anubis in a row versus this Rooster roster. We're playing, once again, a slower, defaulty pistol. They've been able to punish some aggression from Ground Zero on some of their T-pistols in this series thus far. But this is not looking like one of them yet. On B main, you will definitely get a fight, though. Apok Dud priming the flash.
Okay, Damio gets himself one, but Omichella down elsewhere is going to start to change the game a little bit here. Apok Dud needs to survive, but he needs to get some damage out as well, and he needs some help. The USP here from PZ will chime in with one, and then Apok Dud another. That is going to send Skull Hunter scurrying away. And he wanted to link up with Chelios, who was unfortunately found by Vision in the end. So it's all on the shoulders of Skull Hunter here, and he just has to take that fight to PZ, which he does win, but still has more to do.
As well to react to the jump scare. He was not ready for that duel. And PZ having a tough time clicking on a T-model, not looking at him just quietly. I mean, Skull's got 3 here. If he deals with Apok Dud, the higher HP player, he had a timing to do so, then this could be a very winnable 1-on-2 for him. Bomb going down now. Vision starting to scurry his way closer and closer towards E-Box. He'll only need 1 bullet to finish off for Skull Hunter, who is going looking for him here.
Oh, unfortunately, it's not going to go well for Vision. Hunter on for the ace clutch, the 1v3 as well. The dualies, the fight for him is good, but he's so low. All it takes is 1 bullet on either side. Surely it's the dualies that come out ahead. And now Skull gets it done, keeps Rooster alive in the map.
That's just unreal. Very sloppy for Ground Zero in that 3-on-1, has to be said. Where did that go? It went 1 for 1. PZ and Apok Dud punished 2. And then this really disjointed 3-on-1. It felt like they just took for granted that that round was done.
Yeah.
And were punished very heavily for doing so. Like, Rooster would be dead in the water right now if they lost that pistol in the fashion you'd expect them to, because they wouldn't have even got a bomb plant. And they'd be down 9-4. Now this is a breath of life.
Ground Zero, as we've said, it has always been a bit of a struggle team. Ooh, and they are going to give themselves a little bit more of a struggle as we get underway in the second half with a bit of a better looking Rooster.
Let's recap this half for PZ. He's failed to shoot someone not looking at him and got 1 tapped, and then he's been 1 beat in E-Box with the scout head armor.
Relatable.
Oh, man.
I've been there. May not go well for Apok Dud, as he is pushed into the fight with Reckons. And so Rooster crossing the T's and got in the eyes nicely in this round.
Damio given a shoulder to look at. But that's about it. The tease is unrelenting. Does deal with Reckons well in E-Box. They're going to lob a flash at it, but in the meantime, A is really where the main action is happening. Vision has taken the first. Juices all by himself. None of the other Rooster players are anywhere near, but I think Vision thinks that there's only one player. There's not even one player on that side of the map. I think he only thought that player in A main was the solo A player. And so he kind of overlooks heaven, unfortunately.
Worth a try, you know. I think you kind of have to take a bit of a risk like that in the circumstances that he was in. So, NT, but 8-6 will be the scoreline. Rooster recovering, that is for sure. Should not be seeing much of a buyout from Ground Zero here. It's just a couple of deagles and a flash. Might get something out of Vision or Damio if they try to take an aggressive fight. Vision sets himself up on Pizza, waiting for the push here at B, and gets what he wants. Cho just kind of floating his way forward. Gives up the player advantage.
Bit uninspiring. He's kind of NPC'd his way into B main there with the Mac 10, expecting to do whatever he wanted. Big stack on this A side of the map for the CTs. Reckons and Juices will be in for a little bit of trouble here. They've peaked into 5. I cannot believe they've come away with 3 there.
Just better guns, hey. Makes a bit of a difference. Line will go down. Not really much to write home about in this round for Ground Zero, but soon the pain will be over and they can get some guns in their hand and start to feel like they can contest this half again.
If there's any more exits on offer, PZ would love a Mac 10 kill here, but I don't think he's going to get it, mainly because he doesn't have his Mac 10 out. And look, Damio hoping someone will exit towards CT spawn, but it won't be the case. So Rooster, 3 rifles brought through. Pretty good start to this T side. I think Skull has started to fire up a little bit as well. That's a player that could be dangerous if he's feeling confident on this T side. Loves to get aggro. Big success, but when successful, very impactful.
Big round coming up here for Rooster. I think it'll tell us a lot as to whether or not this recovery is going to be possible or if it's a fake comeback. Damio's instantly into mid. This is something that Ground Zero do a lot. The Rooster will have seen it. And you can see they're sort of playing around that T-stairs smoke up. They're pretty aware of what's happening here. Flashes are going to go through. Try to make their entry in, and it kind of works. 2 for 2. So that backfill in from PZ through E-boxes just kind of flip the script a little bit. Apoc Dud will take a chance here inside of this smoke, and I think this is going to be a good spot to play from. If he gets his timing right, Chell's kind of looking for it though, and does find him.
Down to PZ and Omichella here. Rooster, very disjointed, so ones are on offer. 80k idling outside of B main, and he will go unchecked as well, so can't quite finish his breakfast there. He seems like he's still interested, still quite hungry. PZ mollied out of position. This is a, look, this is a bit of a silly fight, all things considered. But it will end in nobody dying somehow. And Rooster's taking the middle of the map. They're probably just going to go meet up with 80k and plant P, and then it'll be a double CT save from there. Sometimes violence is not the answer.
Bit of a pacifist yourself, are you?
It's easier to be the pacifist when you know, you don't got much fighting power, Jordan. I'm not like you, buddy. I'm not throwing haymakers all day long.
Yeah, can't help myself sometimes.
Just your instinct. You're quick to violence. That's what I've learnt about you from almost 10 years working together.
That's right. Don't want to get on my bad side, Pilski. You better watch yourself, mate.
Yeah, Princess doesn't like it when I get angry.
That's right. Roar. 8-8's going to be the score, though. So we've got a game on our hands. You know what?
Ground Zero kind of thrown this one away, haven't they? A little bit.
That's true.
It's still redeemable.
There is nothing a caster loves more than a game on their hands.
That's true, especially Jim.
Jim Nesso.
That's his
loves
favorite
it.
thing.
He looks at his hands, it says a game, and he's all over it.
I might bring that back at some point. I feel like that it's been long enough to rotate that one back in. Alrighty. Well, we did get the save through from Ground Zero and a couple of guns brought in, so they can be competitive here in round 17. Roosters had a decent chance to actually build up their money a little bit. 1-4, Reckons waiting outside of E-Box. PZ starting off the accounting nicely, though. Chelios already down for the count. The rest of Rooster just kind of idling outside of B main. Mollied out of position. A volley returned. Omichella under pressure. I don't know how this man's alive and how PZ deserved for Wreck there, but that's what happened.
Oh, the entire B site deserved for Wreck, apparently. Amo's going to try and hold on, and he's done a pretty good job of that, actually. Gets more than he bargained for.
Well,
Sorry,
Vision's
the 1v1.
DC'd, so...
Oh, not again, bro.
He's not moving, man.
Vision, why?
EDK doesn't know he's already won. Wow, nice EDK. Do we count that as a 4K? What do the scorers say?
No, I don't think that's a 4K, but we do count it as a clutch.
Oh, boy.
Where do we know where Vision lives? Anybody know where Vision lives?
What
Can
reason are you
anybody in the
Why
chat
are you
potentially dox Vision? I just want to know because it's like, does he live in the outback and he's like playing on some rural connection and we need to like get Pauline Hanson involved because the kids in the bush are losing at video games? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, true.
Or is he like a city dweller and he's just got bad net?
I've really been enjoying the Pauline Hanson Muslim remixes lately.
Okay.
That's been really hitting a special spot for me.
I don't know. I can't say I'm aware of what that is, but I'm not sure that I want to go down this direction.
I have to send you some of them on Instagram. They're great.
Okay.
They are fantastic. Yeah, look, for Vision, I guess, yeah, maybe he lives in Whoop Whoop and Elon's cut off his Starlink or whatever, you know?
Yep.
This, that, the other.
The satellite went behind the cloud.
I played in a WoW guild with a guy who lived like very remotely and used Starlink and stuff, and he used to say stuff like, guys, I'm going AFK, I need to put more wood in the wood stove.
Okay.
It's just like, I just don't get it, you know?
Well, it gets cold if the fire goes down. What's not to get?
Some people are living a different life. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's true. But you know what? It might be a better life,
Yeah, maybe.
all things considered.
Government benefits in the outback playing World of Warcraft full time.
All right. Vision's back. He's got to do something in this round to make amends for the last round because he single-handedly lost that round for the team. He would have clutched it if not for the DC. Let's see what he can do here. His opportunity. Flash going to go through. Oh, Vision might as well have DC'd in this round as well. He just gets plucked out of nowhere by Juices. And that is a round again for Rooster. I think they're kind of on for this one, Pilsky.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think Ground Zero have fumbled the bag. Chell needs to plant the bomb. Oh, that's a timing on Michella, but he wasn't ready for Juices, who was swinging from Pillar. Double digits for Rooster. Little bit of fortune in this game, but they are playing well enough to take advantage of that. At Vision DC, we've had a 1v5 given to Skull Hunter. And another buy comes through here now for Ground Zero. It's a double orb. Yet again. I do believe this will be the first time that Rooster have beat Ground Zero with these rosters in a series before.
Ain't over till it's over just yet. Omichella somehow doesn't die there. That really looked like I really thought Chell was getting that kill. I'm not going to lie. Chell's probably about to die here too.
Yeah, I think he's on for it. Juices picks up PC over on that A side of the map. That's going to really put a spanner in the works for this CT defense. There's a bit of a gaping hole in the map that Vision has to fill. And Rooster are just waiting for a mistake.
Chella making no mistake at the moment with the AWP. Oh, that would have been a scary moment, but it's all good. Damio's got him covered.
Aggression on bridge side. Drops the bomb. Epoch Dud was waiting in the wings for that whole round and finally finds a good time to get involved. Now Vision on the off angle. Can he make up for the DC? He spotted 80k. He's got some stick moves, I'll give him that.
$80K. Some call him the Inspector, Pilski. Haven't seen much inspecting going on here. About clutching. Smoke. Gonna have to use that to try to get a plant down. There's not much time.
Vision's
10
gone.
seconds.
1v3.
No, not again. 80k, not on for it though. Can't get the plant down. Oh, he can do some damage.
He died after time. So he's lost a couple extra grand in the bank account, but it's not a big deal.
Yeah, Chel's got 10k. Vision's AFK. Man.
Cool map. You like this one, Jordan?
Anubis?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a bit of a fan.
TF2 glory days, mate.
That's right, yeah. You know the story.
Yep.
I think that one's called... I think that map's called Egypt, not Anubis. Let me have a look. Did you ever play TF2?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good game.
Good game. Good game.
But I played it, like, more when it was vanilla before they started introducing all the extra guns and stuff.
Right.
I don't
You
know
know,
if I like
TF2, I feel like
all the new stuff that they added.
Well, I mean, that's fair and valid, but I also feel like TF2 is/was the blueprint for what video games became. Do you know what I mean? Like, was TF2 not like the first game to have sort of unlockable weapons and skins and hats? Hats was obviously the big one. Hats is like the original version of knives. You know what I mean? You used to unbox a hat and be like, "Well, I got a hat."
Yeah.
And I feel like no other game was really doing that back then. And then TF2 started to have the weapons, like the alternative weapons that you could get for your characters. And in TF2, for those that have never played it, which is probably a lot of people nowadays because it's quite an old game, that they like changed your stats, or you had a different gun would do a different thing. Yeah, it had a different effect or whatever. Which isn't really a thing necessarily nowadays. It's kind of been replaced by skins, but like it was that was the kind of model. You could buy the guns. They were worth stuff sometimes. Sometimes they weren't tradable, sometimes they were. But the thing was the hats and the paint. You could get paint to paint your hats. It was quite cool.
Have people like bots sitting in servers waiting for drops and stuff?
Yeah, yeah. I had my favorite loadout. I got an unusual hat for the medic. That's why I ended up being a medic main, because I had an unusual hat for the medic, and I painted it green.
Tell me what the name of it was. Let me have a look. Let me look it up.
Actually, I think it was a blighted beak.
Blighted beak.
Which is the mask, and then I had
Oh, that's cool. That's like the plague doctor.
Yeah, I had that, and then I had a vintage Tyrolean as my hat, which I painted green. And I think the green was called Bitter Taste of Lime and Defeat. I think that was the name of the paint. I don't know where they come up with these kinds of names.
So, you're telling me you wore a fedora in real life and in TF2?
That's right. I thought if I could look like my favorite character in the video game, I will be cool. IRL.
How did that go for you?
Well, let's just say I'm 31 years old and I'm casting Counter-Strike on a Friday night or Thursday night. See, I don't even know what night it is.
Yeah.
So that tells you everything you need to know.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I never got into any of the skins and stuff like that on TF2.
You should have. Probably would have made a lot of money.
I mean, yeah, in theory. And then the big coins and the, you know, rare knife patterns and stuff like that, you know. I think my biggest crime was definitely selling, like block fade and things like that in early CS.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a
Like,
few blunders.
Only like I don't even remember, like $50 or something.
Yeah. Yep. I had a few Vox stickers that I probably should not have let go of.
Yeah, but if you told someone that an Australian team sticker is going to become one of the most valuable things in the game, like who would believe you?
Nobody, but them's the breaks. Vision's back.
In. Yeah, I see no reason why we can't start the game.
Well, he might be in spirit, but maybe the mind is willing, but the flesh is supple and sore. Is that how it goes?
What the hell, man?
Haven't you ever like done a workout and then the next day you're like, I'd like to go for another workout, but your body's like, no.
Usually I just ignore it and I just hit it again.
Wow, he's so alpha.
Actually pretty, unless you're like some kind of advanced guy, I think it's pretty hard to overdo it unless you're doing something egregious in the gym, you know?
Mm.
Like if you're an idiot that is just like doing some, like, oh, today I saw a kid, like 15, 16-year-old kid. I was doing like, I was on one side of the cable stack. This guy's on the other side of the cable stack. Gets the V handle and he just puts 40 kegs on the cable stack and he's using his whole body weight to do tricep pushdowns to the point where like when he let it up at the end, he like went flying a little bit, you know, like he put the cable stack back out and he back down and he like, I think he came off the ground for a second.
What muscle is he working there? He's working like...
That's a full body workout.
That's a full body workout,
That's
isn't
what
it?
they call a full body workout. Yep.
All right.
100%.
Well, ladies and gents, we are back. Vision is back. We are ready to get back underway. Rooster 10-9, and Ground Zero really got to be hoping that Vision's not going to DC in any of these upcoming rounds because they are very important going forward.
So, you still traded that middle early on here. See if he's going to make his way into A early on. It doesn't seem like it. Rooster throwing some util towards the B site, trying to deny information to the CTs early on and maybe make them concerned that there could be some kind of a B pop on the cards. But as it stands, it's just a pretty slow T default to start round 20 off.
So it would seem, you know, actually, I'm not going to lie. If I was really thinking about the game here as Rooster, I'd say we should play as slow as possible. Because that will give us the most opportunity of Vision disconnecting again and getting a free round. No? Is that smart?
Oh, that's smart. You should coach.
Let's slow it down, boys.
You can't say that until you call the timeout. You've just been disqualified.
Alright. Probably wasn't much use as a coach anyways.
Reckon's applying some pressure to Evox. He's started to make some moves in the middle of the map. They're gearing up for an A split. Vision's playing close in A main, backed up well by PC, who's still got a lot of util on hand. And A1 is there for good measure. It's a 3-man setup, and what a hold! When he's connected to the server, he is really here.
Yep, that's true. Alright, that's one tick in the book of Vision. But he's actually got 2 crosses because he's DC'd twice now.
Alright, he's going to need another multi-frag round.
He's going to need another round like that.
Otherwise, he's going to get angry.
Princess will be in trouble.
I mean, Rooster is in trouble right now. Their money is cooked.
Let's just slow it down, guys. Wait for Vision to DC. We'll be able to pick up an AK. We can win the round 4v5.
I mean, my favorite story of coaching at an international tournament is taking a attack timeout and the admin saying, you can't talk right now. And I said, yes, I can. I took attack timeout. So fun.
That is fun. Juices. 1 or 2 on the entry there. It's not really quite going to be enough to make a difference. Joe with P250 will, again, need to be a miracle worker, and that will prove to be elusive. 11 to 10.
They're back in it. No bomb plant going to deprive Rooster of a little bit more util. Chell going to trade a scout for an AK with Juices, just to be able to scrape out a little bit more util and allow Juices to get an AK in his hands. It would be criminal for him not to have one. He's had a very good series here for Rooster. Continues to be the standout for this squad.
Approach to this round, maybe from Rooster than the previous gun round, where they're already starting to make their way up toward E-Box. Interesting that Omichella's got this secondary AWP out again. He was pretty sharp with it in the last round, holding on to it, and again, delivering a nice shot onto Skull. Trades are through thick and fast, though, as Rooster scale their way into the site, but Apoc Dud catching 80k on the timing, keeps himself safe from that E-Box player. Prepared here for Juices. He's heard a step or two. Ready for that fight, swings for it, loses his life, so round opens up once again. Unless PC hits this shot.
Yeah, not able to do it. Now the plant will go down. Big flank coming around from Vision. Trying to play very cheeky with it, but that's going to burn a lot of time off the clock, and PZ has been smoked off.
Patience of virtue here for PZ. Position now given away. He also might be aware of Chell's position, having heard that smoke bonk him in the noggin. Down for Evox as well. Sights getting isolated nicely. Oh, what? Have they? Have they got it? Have they done it? Have they got it in time? That's the real question here. The defuse is fine.
Oh.
Round 0, get to 12. No way. I thought that was over.
2 smoke kills to win that one.
Yeah.
That should have been a round for Rooster.
I mean, I was just saying, like, oh, you know, the site's being sort of isolated nicely. They've got good smokes up and this and that. They've got no time. That's what I was going to say. And then 2 kills happen straight through the smoke. And 12-10's the scoreline. So this win looking a little bit elusive for Rooster.
That's a rough one to lose. See if they can pick themselves up by the bootstraps and win 2 consecutively. It's been a pretty decent T-side, all things considered. A little bit of util pressure. Smoke the house and E-Box. Trying to obscure some common lines, and they're creeping up on the line. Apoc Dart ready for it. Where's the flash? Comes from Chelios.
Yep. And he can't see a damn thing. So that's the start to the round that Rooster needs. Gives them mid control. Easy. Waiting. Oh. Good shot. Patient. That's a crack there for the second. Gets the connection onto Records. Juices here as well behind the smoke, by the way. These guys on A are stuck between a rock and a hard place. They've got to go down swinging. Vision for 1, but nice spray transfer from Juices. We'll get 2. And so the round hanging in the balance, but favoring Rooster for the moment.
Yeah, Damio and Omichella, a fair bit of util to work with here. No reason to save in this round. They've got plenty of cash to reinvest. Might not be able to put a double AWP together, but maybe more than good enough. Smoke off the camps. Off angle from Records, takes a chunk out of Omichella. Nate will probably just finish him off, and indeed it does. Great follow-up shot from Reckons. 1 more round needed to push it through to OT here for Rooster.
I think we might get there. Just feels like that kind of game.
Terrorists win.
Single AWP. Down to a Famus, that's it. Oh my god.
Hey, what happened?
He's gone, isn't he?
Alright, I need to hear some more gym stories.
Gym stories.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a guy every
we go.
day at my gym All he... Oh, never mind. We're back into it.
Oh, come on, you got 13 seconds.
Okay, there's a guy... All he does is he comes to the gym, he closes his eyes with earbuds in, and he does Tai Chi on top of a Bosu ball every day for like
What?
more than an hour. And that's all he ever does at the gym, and he's there every day. I can't explain it. Yeah, like, it makes me believe I'm in a simulation. Like, that's the NPC in that zone. Anyway.
Just getting mogged and you don't know it.
That was Vision. They're running at him.
Yeah, they
Fully
are.
deployed. Ooh, there. They don't want none of that smoke.
Don't DC right now, Vision. That's all we want. Gotta stay in the game. Keep your head in the game. Space taken though by Rooster here in main. Grenade is going to soften the targets up. At the moment, Ground Zero don't really have any idea where Rooster is, what they're doing. Go hunting for that information, and that could be a problem for them. Flash through on B main. They are out. AK will take down Damio. So the info gathering hasn't quite gone to plan for Ground Zero.
Rooster, man advantage, need to close it, but they're quite disjointed right now. Two players on opposite sides of the map, A and B respectively. Bomb is now finally making its way back towards the A side of the map. Rooster, Juices has walked onto the site for free here. I don't know if Vision is going to be able to clear him up, and in fact, the util is way too impressive. This should be Rooster forcing us through to OT unless Ground Zero can pull off a monolithic 3-on-5.
I mean, how would you possibly pull off this retake? You've got one smoke to get into the site. There's just no way it's going to happen. Smoke in at cams will be refreshed. Apoc doesn't really have much of a choice but to go through it. Luckily, PZ will provide a bit of assistance in that regard. They need some kills. They need them now. And Juices picks the perfect time to swing. Chelios as well to close it. So 12-12 will be the scoreline. Felt like we were headed in that direction for a little while. And we have OT secured on map 3.
What everyone was asking for. And Ground Zero, I think, feeling a little bit sheepish after they could have just won that CT pistol and probably just run away with this game. But I think the inability to close some of these close rounds, as well as the disconnects, have put us into a bit of a precarious situation where Rooster can still win this series. Double ult back out now for Ground Zero. Progression smoke into the middle of the map, and look at this disrespect for Rooster. Could be a very fast fight over A main. The molly's kind of disengaging both sides, but both sides sticking around. Another flash picked up over the top. Vision and Damio cleaned up by Juices, but not before they take two.
What's worked out as far as Ground Zero are concerned, the favorable exchange. This is not a bad timing in mid though for 80k. He's gonna find the gap. Oh, he's really gonna find the gap. He just keeps going. This could be real problems for Ground Zero. He's gonna turn around, but if 80k wins that duel, Michela will be in real trouble. Unfortunately for 80k, it's not gonna go his way. And so that leaves Juices with quite the job to do. It's the ace and walks right into the crosshair of Omichela, who again lands another solid off shot. So 13-12, Ground Zero start the OT well.
Yeah, pick up the AK at the end of the round there. The double AWP started its job. So you can just go back to full rifle again. I like it. This is where you might expect the T side to speed up a little bit. Force the double AWP into a retake perhaps, and then maybe have some initial util in the early round to try to stop some of those faster plays to the CT side. Already some quick progression smokes on that B side of the map towards E-box and B main. Might make the CTs a little nervous that Rooster are speeding up perhaps. Just quietly, this is a pretty massive carry from Juices.
Trying his best all night, I think. Across the board. Their top player.
Vision has slipped the net there. Only question really is, does he go unchecked? And Recons does well to clear him out. Full rotation off B. Ground Zero looking to crunch middle here in the mid round, and PC aggressing on A main. Cities are definitely choosing violence here.
Exiting. Burning quite a bit of time off the clock there for Rooster. And they're wondering where they should go. It's PZ that's solo holding onto A, but got a nice line here to just grab one and back off, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Or another. He's flashed out. Grenade. We're not going to buy him the space that he needs, and a missed shot does in the end allow Rooster out onto the site. He just gets run down. So another tough retake ahead here for Ground Zero, unless Skull walks into Daimyo's line here. Not quite going to happen. Skull happy to just hold it, but Daimyo still gets the job done. Deuces up close and personal will be found in the back by Omichella. That's a nice timing for Ground Zero, who secure a pretty easy retake, all things considered. And that is going to be 14 to 12. So again, Ground Zero out in front.
Counter-terrorists win.
Looking for a flawless CT half in OT. Despite losing vision there at the start, I thought that round was looking somewhat good for Rooster. Some nice mid-round re-aggression from Ground Zero to clear out bridge, even up the numbers, and they stayed mobile from there.
Aggressive hit into water from both teams. And this time it goes the other direction. Rooster in the exchange. Oh, re-aggression from Ground Zero. Might have just gotten a bit of the job done. Apoc Dud here in mid should be unexpected. Skull Hunter continues to go forward, which he doesn't. Might have been a freebie there for Apoc Dud.
They should know that he plays in the middle of the map and avoid him like the plague. Skull may get caught on the cross here. He doesn't have his gun out. This could be the bomb dropping in transition. And what a beautiful little head bob there from Apoc Dud. I don't know if he heard the footsteps or not, but that was the perfect movement for the assignment. 80k caught on the jump up as well. This could be a massive 1-on-3 to secure a flawless CT side here. Chell posted on the line, aware of the movements, and he's always good for those. Safeguarding Rooster from a fruitless T-side endeavor. And giving themselves still a little bit of a chance here to close this in OT.
A bit too close for comfort though, no? But look back at it. Great effort again from Apoc Dud. Just being left with a little bit too much to do, but 14 to 13, not a bad spot to be in for GZ. Their T-side was solid. And should be feeling pretty comfortable, confident about closing this series out.
They go on the T side now. Shell pushed off of that line in E-box, wanting to peer down into water, gonna blow open the smoke, but given nothing, this is a very passive start to the T side here for Ground Zero. Double mollies forced out, as well as the AWP shot on B. So a lot of information just off of a single flash from Ground Zero there. Maybe a bit of an overreaction from Rooster.
Nice timing to walk into middle. Dud's getting himself out. Back of a Daimyo. Grenade is going to hurt, that's for sure, but options available. No commitment really either just yet, because that bomb still going to need to be retrieved in the end. It looks like it might be Omichella that will go back and transition his way across to the A site. A split brewing here, but Ground Zero will just be suffering at the hands of a little bit of a re-aggression there from Rooster. They wanted to clear out cams, and they've done a successful job of it. Easy still here, still be a bit of a problem for them, and now that job will surely fall to Vision and Omichella to try to close out the rest of the round. I mean, they've got 20 seconds left, and what are they up to? They're going to have to go. 80k, not his way through water. Might have been hurt there by PZ. He might have even hurt a couple. To go, you've got to commit here. That's a great entry from Vision. Molly on the site will potentially cause some problems. It is a team Molly, but the plant looks to be going down just in time. I'm not sure how much it's going to help, though, with PZ stuck in a 1v3 in a pretty untenable position as well. So, Ground Zero just getting themselves into all sorts of hot water. Time was a real problem for them in that round, and ultimately, the scoreline will be equalized at 14-14.
It's retake there from Rooster. Able to come in from multiple angles. Did a really good job of punishing Ground Zero as they try to come up cams early on in the round as well. Still anyone's game here. 2 more rounds to play left in this OT. Chalios had a pretty rough game so far. Like, if he could just hit a couple shots with the AWP, he'll make life a lot easier for them. Just tee it in at the end of Anubis here. Know what this man's capable of when he's feeling it. It's a bit of a rare off game from him. Give him the chance here, though. He is solo on this A side of the map.
I mean, the rounds where you don't expect anything from Cello are usually the ones where he does his best work. So, let's see what we're going to get here. Doesn't look like there's going to be a flash over the top that will disrupt him. He'll just back off in the end. Instant and nade down and gets that shot in onto Vision, which is a good start to the round. Rooster going to try and pull ahead.
Wow.
And they are on for their 15th now. 2 good kills from Chell, 1 in from Skull Hunter. The A site defended well. Apricot and PZ still looking to try to filter their way through, but they're not having any success in that department, and that will be a map and series point available for Rooster.
That's just perfection from Chelios. The util slowed down the push so much and bruised Ground Zero as they got into the site, and he's gotten 3 AWP kills to boot. That is a vintage round from the man. See if Rooster can capitalize on a big performance from the captain. Or if Ground Zero are going to push us into another OT. Rooster have played a lot of close games like this already in this bracket. Just cannot get through a series without a bit of a scrap at the moment.
Once again, it's going to be Chell solo holding the A site. You know what? Vision's DC. I can almost guarantee you. Well. This time, though, there's no damage done in the round, so it will be a reset.
Cool.
So, any more gym stories?
What gym stories? I'm trying to think, man.
How about,
Good
okay,
stuff.
how about, okay, I know you spent a lot of time in Korea, right? Have you got any Korean gym stories?
Oh, I've seen
Oh, here we go.
more naked men. Oh, Skull's gone too. I've seen more naked men without my consent than I've seen in my entire life. Korean men are not shy in the locker room. I'll tell you that.
I've definitely had that experience as well.
The first locker room I ever walked into in a Korean gym, I was just looking to put my bag away, you know?
Yeah.
And I rounded the corner and there was a man, I think he dropped something on the ground, you know?
Oh,
Like
no.
he literally dropped the soap and
It's too graphic. It's too graphic.
I didn't know someone could bend over so far.
Right.
I didn't know it was possible, but that was credit to the mobility that the man was bringing, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you have
you've
to
got to
respect
respect
it, I
that.
suppose. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man. It's just the dangers of going to a public gym. That's why you should set up a gym in your garage. Never have to
My
worry
garage
about-
is unfortunately a pottery studio. I've lost the war.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know what? I've got a proposal.
The missus has claimed that one.
I've got a proposal here. Since we've got a DC on either side, why don't we just play this round out 4v4? See what happens.
I think that's fair.
That is fair, no?
Yeah.
It's only
What team would be the best team in the world in 4v4 CS though?
Probably the same team that would be the best team 5v5, no?
You think so?
I think so.
It's Vitality? Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Who do you cut though?
Good question. It's an impossible question, really.
What about you? Any gym stories for me, Jordan?
There's not really any gym stories because, like, I just go to the gym in my garage, so there's only so many interesting things that can happen there. Which is, you know, the only time that I've ever, you know, seen anyone else there was when you and Conky were staying over. So, don't really have any stories from that.
What's the craziest thing you've seen on a run then?
The craziest thing I've seen on a run? That's a good question. You would think there would be a lot of crazy things, because I go for some runs at some really weird times. Like, I semi-regularly go for a run at 2 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, oh, be careful. You don't know who's out there. And then...
You'll
I'm
just
like,
run away from them, bro. Like, what?
I'm like, I'll outrun them. 2, I've run at night in the double digits amount of times. You know, like, it's not an irregular occurrence for me.
Yeah.
And I don't think I've seen anyone maybe more than like 1 or 2 times.
Yeah.
And actually, funnily enough, since you ask, I saw a guy last night when I went for my run at 2 a.m. And it was quite a wholesome moment. It was actually about 1:30 in the morning. And I was like 6K into my run, just trundling along. Haven't seen anyone the whole time. And then as I'm running along the path, I see a guy running towards me, like in the opposite direction, obviously. And as he runs past me, he like gives me a big thumbs up, smile, said something. I couldn't understand what he said because I was wearing my earphones and I had my music on. And then I said, keep it up, mate, as I ran past him. And it was such a wholesome moment at 1:30 a.m. in the morning with another guy that was just running for some reason in the middle of the night. Like, what a G.
Yeah, you got to be careful out there, though. You know.
Why is that?
Oh, because there might be guys like that out there. You know.
Other guys running.
Dangerous place.
Yeah.
Queensland, Australia.
Other guys that are just trying to be their best selves, you know? Dangerous place. Dangerous guy.
Hate that from them.
Actually, I actually knew who he was as well because I've seen him at like one of the local runs. So I've sort of seen him around.
Oh my god, you might be bonding.
We might be. I might, like, next time I see him, I might go to him. I might say, hey man, do you remember me? I saw you at 1:30 a.m. that one time.
Start a 2 a.m. run club.
2 a.m. run club will kind of go hard. For anyone that doesn't run, I would highly recommend going for a run at 2 a.m. It's just such a peaceful time to be running. There's nobody out. You know, it's nice and cool. It's beauty. Love it.
Maybe where you live now. Maybe less so where you used to live.
What do you mean? Oh, in Sydney?
Yeah.
Actually, I felt very safe living in Sydney. In that area, because that area was actually very busy, like built up, so there was a lot of people around. So even when I would go, like I used to go for runs late at night there. Too.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's
and there was like
active
always, yeah, there was like quite a lot of people around. I would sort of see 3 or 4 people every time I'd go for a run. And it's always lit. Like, that's the other thing, is like you just got to run somewhere where there's light, then you don't feel so like scared. There's no boogeymen when there's light, you know.
Yeah, they don't do things.
They don't come out when the street lights are on.
Yeah. True.
So Vision's back, Skull's gone.
The thought plickens.
The thought plickens. That is one way of putting it.
That's what they say, right?
Mm. Oh, we got 10 in server.
Oh my god, this could be big.
This could be big. We really need Rooster to win here, though.
I need to go do Asia soon.
I ain't gonna lie to you. We really need Rooster to win. Pilsy's got somewhere to be.
I gotta go cast Fengdar and Alter Ego soon.
And it will probably be exactly like this.
It'll be a 3-map OT with tech pauses as well. I'll be gone till 4 or 5 a.m. probably. Like 4 a.m. last night.
Love that for you. That's just how much you love Counter-Strike.
It is, yeah.
All right, here we go. Could be the final round of the map. Could be the final round of the series. See if Rooster can put it together, or if we go into OT number 2. It's going to be Skull that's going to be set up there in mid, just having a bit of a look-see over bridge. Doesn't see much.
Neither one of these teams wanting to make the mistake that could win or extend the game. Lose or extend the game, rather. Flash onto the line from Omicella towards B main, just trying to deny any info. Big lean from Ground Zero towards B and the middle of the map. Double volleys looking to take some control here. Shot missed by Chelios. As Damio gets in the pole position to be a little bit of a pest. It's not a full commitment to Ground Zero by any stretch of the imagination, but that's a good opener from ADK. Chelios has been lost in the meanwhile, though. Good spam through the B main smoke from Omicella.
It's not going to be a commitment from Ground Zero. More interested in getting some of that CT util potentially. Epoch Dud has found himself a nice timing to walk into mid. Meanwhile, the response from Rooster, double push into E-Box, is actually quite a good decision. Cover it nicely, both sides, and still have some impact on the side hold as well. Oh, and that's a clean shot from Reckons. Somehow he doubles down. I don't know where that's come from. That is a fumble from Ground Zero. And all of a sudden, this might be over. Rooster to potentially take the first victory that they'll get against Ground Zero this year. Omicella finished off. There it is, 16-14. Rooster have been working hard for this, and they get it in ESL Challenger League Cup number 2.
Yeah, well done from Rooster. It's been improvement for quite some time for this new iteration of the team. I thought that after they lost several players on the roster that they were just going to wrap things up, to be honest, but they've done quite well to reassemble this particular roster. Initial competitions, initial lands might not have gone the way that they would have wanted. This is a big scalp to take, make no mistake about it. They were 1-7 in map score coming into this series. They finally won a series over Ground Zero to get themselves a spot in the grand final against Semperfi. You can see they took on Semperfi in the semi-final earlier on in this Cup 2 bracket. That was like a 13-5, 13-4. So let's hope the Rooster can do a little bit better this time around in the grand final, or this is going to be a cakewalk for Semperfi.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look, I really think Semperfi is probably going to transfer the floor with them. But we'll have to wait and see when we do get to that match tomorrow. Ground Zero, unfortunate. A little bit of a downfall for them in the ANZ Sealand and now here in the ECL Cup as well. Rooster getting that chance, and I'm sure they'll be keen about that one. So, see how that goes. We'll do into that grand final. Either way, that's us done and dusted for tonight. Like we said, Pilsy's got somewhere to be, so we're going to wrap it up here. Stick around if you want to watch some Asia. Actually, I think it's over on the beach stream. Either way, you'll find it if you need to. We'll see you again tomorrow for some more oceanic action. So, peace out. See you then. Takes the head off the vision, but this push from PC could be all the difference. Look how many low players there are. He could get so many with this MP9. He's not expecting Reckons. Hiding behind Xbox. A double from Reckons. And Rooster are absolutely battering Ground Zero. Omicella burning. Nothing he can do at all. Again, util. Vision's somehow getting 2. Flashes up the top into the B-bomb side. Don't look like they're going to be posing too much of a challenge for Ground Zero. Maybe the end of the round, end of the map is not quite here yet, unless Shell clutch on offer. Tech 9, I don't know how he gets it done every single time. Might be going down for free. Here comes that push. Omicella. Covered off by Juices there. Skull Hunter. The assist in. It's all on Juices. And this is what I'm talking about.
Oh my lord, Skull. Lucky that there was a wall in the way. Hold on. This could be the flash timing. He's got 2. This is the best round we've seen from Rooster. in 11 rounds.
Still 2 players on this side. Unfound as of yet for Rooster, and Damio doubling down should surely have won the round. Oh, clean kill, clean enough on Chell. That's a good one. ADK goes down immediately, but not expecting the position of Reckons as well. Sides getting uncapped on the side hold as well. Oh, and that's a clean shot from Reckons. Somehow he doubles down to potentially take the first victory that he'll get against Ground Zero this year. Omnichella finished off. There it is, 16.